So imagine how much I'm actually making to play. You know what I'm saying? No, I got to get my money. I'm not playing unless I get mine. It's not worth it. It's not.
For the first time in 39 years, the Boston Bruins have won the Stanley Cup. The zone. To win the Stanley Cup. 8-4 with 28.8 seconds left. The Leafs will tie the game. McCarty draws. McCarty in. McCarty. Never to go.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, covering the NHL like no other.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on CBS Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
I can't file. I can't type. I don't take dictation. I won't sharpen pencil. My boss calls me indispensable.
Miss Jones.
Just a minute.
Will you make a copy of this?
Naturally. I push the button on the Xerox 914. I make perfect copies of whatever my boss needs by just turning a knob and pushing a button. Anything he can see, I can copy in black and white on ordinary paper. And am I fast? I can make 7 copies a minute. Sometimes my boss asks me which is the original, and sometimes I don't know.
You're riding Morning Shotgun with the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here weekdays, your first choice for sports talk here on the First Coast.
What's going on here, guys?
All right, Coach. So basically, it was a holding call. But these dudes started me in their fantasy league, which is cool because this dude started our quarterback, but he started our kicker, and I started their defense. So it's kind of a pickle.
Compromising the integrity of this game with your fantasy football leagues? Listen to me. If there was holding, you make that holding call. I don't care if it was on our team or not. I care about this game too much to let you.
Coach, you started their defense too, didn't you?
Yeah, you definitely started their defense.
Damn right I did.
Armchair.
If only the world was less like this.
I could use a smoke.
Hey, put that out.
And more like this.
I could use a smoke.
You murderer! I might have children one day.
Smoking kills, unless you kill first. If you're around a smoker, you will die. Smokers may look relaxed and like they're having fun. Don't believe it. Vote yes on Proposition 421. Let's outlaw smoking everywhere, even in people's homes, and allow honest citizens to legally kill anyone who smokes. Let's live in a world without smokers. Prohibition works. Let's prove it. Vote yes on Proposition 421.
Armchair.
Why are you the way that you are? I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves, to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Now, does anybody in here have a valid reason for leaving this classroom? Timothy.
I got to go pick up my daughter.
You're excused.
The mullet isn't just a hairdo. It is definitely a lifestyle. You're carrying on like a legacy, like your last name, you know? The people that did this in the 80s, they weren't doing it just because, oh, they thought it was a cool hairdo. No, they were doing it because they were badass. You know, if someone asks if you want extra mayonnaise, you have to say yes. This is bringing back like the Paul Bunyan. Men, we don't shave our legs. We have chest hair. But yeah, that's the whole lifestyle of the mullet.
Armchair.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair Quarterbacks all year long.
Just under 38 on 44 kicks this year. Nice high kick, got a little wind under it, and it runs powered back. Look at that, little flip it. Well, the ball is actually a little short of the 1 yard line now. It is 4th down, the final play, unless they can stick it in the end zone. Andre Johnson, Roscoe Parrish, and Kellen Winslow, and Dorsey under pressure. Throws it. They went to Hickman, and Penn State well-timed the blitz. LeVar Arrington, the All-America candidate, came across.
Well, it was a great athletic play by LeVar Arrington. As you see, he times his blitz very well, leaves his feet, and hits Hickman in the backfield.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
You say your name right now.
Denise. D-Nice.
That's better. Thank you.
Okay. I've noticed that Antonio Brown has found yet another sucker to take him on. God knows we've already done Pittsburgh's dirty laundry. I'm curious about one thing. Do you think that he'd be welcomed back as easily in the league if he were going back to Bill Belichick and the Patriots? In other words, you think that he'd be welcome back if he were going to make New England a better team, or if he's going back to Tom Brady?
Armchair. We are the Armchair Quarterback Show, your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
What do we do? This has got way too complicated.
I've got it. Here's what's going down. Corey, you talk to your team. You guys are going to decline that holding call.
Done.
Y'all wait, but then...
Hold on. Trey Sean, once we break this huddle, you're going to get out there, do some crazy celebration. I'm talking some humpies. Whatever you got to do, you do it.
Okay, I got you.
I'm going to call unsportsmanlike conduct on the celebration, giving the wife better field position after the kickoff. Coach, I need you to talk to your team about letting them run that kickoff back.
Why would I do that?
Think about it. Defense, special team, it's all one. You let them run that kick back, both your defenses get 6 points.
Nice.
Okay, everyone good here?
Yeah.
Nope. Once again, my kicker is getting no love.
Oh, shut up, Bill. Your team is in first place. Plus, you're about to get an extra point for the PAT.
Yeah, don't be greedy, Bill.
Stop being greedy, Bill. Bill.
Fine.
Bill. Yeah, Bill.
I said fine.
Bill.
Bill.
Yeah, Bill.
You, Bill.
All right, let's do this. Get out there.
Wait a minute. Trayshawn comes in with a very delayed celebration here. Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be yeah, there it is. Another
Armchair.
I said it like 4 times, so why didn't you say it the first time? Because it's pronounced Aaron.
Son of a...
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South country all NFL season long.
They hand it off for Nat. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow. Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go 99 yards to the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. First and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Goal. Slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punts the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
I don't return fruit. Fruit's a gamble. I know that going in.
Hell is filled with people like you.
This is Sean O'Toole with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Catch me drive time with Mac Pregame, the Armchair Quarterback radio show, and Facebook Live.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair Quarterbacks all year long.
3rd down and about 22. Smith drops the ball. He's got his tight end, but he's got Carter, 71 yards. Now State's lead 7-3. That's that old 1-2 punch you think to him the first time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season. On 2nd and 10.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekends in the fall just got a hell of a lot better. Saturday mornings, it's Dixie Football Nation. We talk SEC, ACC, the Big Ten, and more. As the only true Southern football kickoff show, you don't want to miss it. The Armchair Quarterbacks have got you covered all football season long. Armchair Quarterback Radio Show. We cover the whole SEC all season long.
On 1st and goal, Franks jump pass. Hello, Tebow. From going deep, high arcing shot. It is hauled in. Corey Godwin, and he stays up. Godwin dances into the end zone. 75 yards. Talk about a little touchdown in the pocket. He'll run with it. He's got the first down and more. Still on the run. Goal. Touchdown, Alabama. 2nd down and 10. Garrett over the middle. Ty Chandler. It's a race to the end zone, and he wins it. 42 yards. Touchdown, Tennessee. What a great.
Armchair.
Make sure to listen to the Armchair Quarterbacks. Drive time. Armchair Quarterback Show. Good enough for us down here in the bayou. Go Tigers and the Armchair Quarterbacks.
You're watching the most exciting game you will ever see on your TV set. Telstar by Coleco with 3 different games. Telstar Tennis with digital scoring, variable speeds. Telstar Hockey. Each player controls a goalie plus a forward on the other side. Oops, a goal. And Telstar Singles Handball, a game you play yourself. Telstar Handball.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were
locked down.
Exactly.
Okay, they were at
He's
a
probably
these
from
are
a Big
promless
Ten.
teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
They were at a
if he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
they were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called
and,
porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I got a mess to clean up, guys. Yeah.
Virtual.
There's
prom.
my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I gotta dry my keyboard out now.
Armchair.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown. But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? I could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not gonna let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call,
this works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're gonna have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. We're only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the King, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Jet, hey, Short Ox! Buda Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! How about?
And then a lot of states ended up having gay marriage and common law marriage, which I think is very confusing because what happens if you just end up with like two loser dudes sharing the same crappy apartment for a couple years? It's been known to happen. Both working part-time at the pizza place, hanging out every weekend. A few years goes by, boom, they're married. See them at a party, they're newlyweds. I didn't know Tony and Jim were gay. They're married now? When did they fall in love? They didn't. They just never got full-time jobs.
Take me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angela, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika, and Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. Here's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good! Good! See you later, alligator! Tigers win, 20-17! I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again. The Tigers have come to the swamp, drained it, and made it their own. 20-17, Auburn a winner tonight over the third-ranked Florida Gators. Can you believe it?
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
Here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown, and there's number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice, does he stop it? Oh, please.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points from North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points, his 5th Russian TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out of the field, marring.
Would have been the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up. Who? What? TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Blue poncho! Do it! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Omaha! I'm out!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit
Pop stars with auto tune. And dentists with asking questions.
So, how did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
Like, I don't like winter. Like, I hate winter. Like, I'm originally from North Carolina, and look, I hate winter so much, I'm for global warming. I am voting for it, marching for it. I might start buying people SUVs. I don't care. Ladies, start using hairspray again. No ozone. That's our goal. And see, there's people with me, but there's always a couple of crunchy granolas sitting around. Crunchy granolas sitting there thinking, but the polar ice caps are gonna melt and we're all gonna flood. No, we're not. We're not all gonna flood. We're only losing Rhode Island, Long Island, and Jersey. Bye-bye. Here's a canoe. Get to safety.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You're not sick tonight, are you? Good. Your tongue's going to be hanging out. Tell him to throw up on his own time.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
My wife quit sugar in January because she ate cookies like a monster through December. And on January 1st came marching into the kitchen. That's it. I'm never eating sugar again. Yes, you are. And you're going to eat more than you ever ate before. And not because you're weak, but because you're a human being. And you get sad sometimes. And to stop yourself from slitting your own throat, eat a cookie once in a while.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown.
Wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? Could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call...
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use...
Red Polly, blue poncho. Do it! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan, Richmond, New York, Richmond, Florida, Sally, Buffalo, hey, Short Ox, Ludo Raiders, Red Omaha! Come out!
Take me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
By 1800, town ball and its many variations were played nearly everywhere. On their way back from the Pacific Ocean, Lewis and Clark played a game of base with the Nez Perce Indians as they prepared to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. In the 1830s, on the western frontier of Missouri, ball was the favorite sport of Joseph Smith, the founder of a new religious sect called the Mormons. But back east in Cooperstown, New York, city fathers passed an ordinance restricting play after merchants complained about too many broken windows. Meanwhile, in New York City, they were starting to play a brand new version of the game.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Enjoy sun-drenched days epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika. And Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. Here's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good, good! See you later, alligator! Tigers win, 20-17! I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again. The Tigers have come to the swamp, drained it, and made it their own, 20-17. Auburn a winner tonight over the third-ranked Florida Gators. Can you believe it?
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
I have friends in my life that don't eat bread anymore. They don't eat bread. They don't eat bread. They're going to lose 3.5 pounds. No one's ever going to know. And they don't eat bread. Why are you even here? Could you imagine no toast in the morning with butter for the rest of your life? Kill yourself. Make some room for people who know how to live.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, doing the challenge. Try this one. From the 35, 19 seconds left. Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. Number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Cooper has returned. They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice, does he stop it? Oh, please.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
Stupid interviews. Hey, you're a member of the Buffalo Bills. How does it feel?
Well, it's a blessing. I want to thank God. I'm going to try to do my best. It's a great organization. And I'll say the last 80 guys said. So, yeah.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but 1 inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the Madden thousands, and Echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
You're in Braves country.
All right, let's get you set. Are you ready for game 3 in Hotlanta, GA? home of your Atlanta Braves. Braves are tied with the Houston Astros. 1 game apiece in a best-of-7 series. So now what do you have? You got a best-of-5 series as we head to Atlanta, and 3 are in Atlanta, the next 3. And then, of course, the next 2, if need be, are going to be in Houston. We're going to try to take care of that this weekend and not have to go back to Houston. Let's win them all, hunt home. It starts tonight. Game 3 starters. You're going to get Garcia versus Anderson. And I think what you're looking at here is which starter can go longer. Ian Anderson has been phenomenal, but he's also been up and down as far as how many innings he can give you. Look at the postseason. You like the fact that he's 1-0 with a 2.25 ERA, but the other thing that jumps out at you, he's only gone 12 innings. That's not going to necessarily do it for the Rexford, New York native. You're talking about what you're actually talking about here. He goes 4 innings. That puts a lot of load on the bullpen. And so I think Snicker's going to have a backup plan across the board. If Anderson can only go 3-4 innings, where do you go from there? Now your bullpen is rested because you didn't put any of your studs, so to speak, into game number 2. The game got away. That is the good news about that game. The good news about the game, if the Braves would have lost like a 7-6 shootout in extra innings, you would have used a lot of your bullpen pieces, and you'd be in a lot of trouble going into game 3. You would then at that point have to have Ian Anderson to go as long as possible and just hope he can keep the game close. But if you look at let's rewind a bit and go back to that game 2. I think a little bit is the hangover of knowing that Charlie Morton's done for the season. You know, when you were sitting in that dugout in game 1, you'd probably gotten a pretty good report early on, but it probably hadn't quite sunk in. And, oh, by the way, in game 1, remember, Atlanta jumped out to a 5-0 lead. Charlie Morton comes out of the game. Atlanta only scores 1 more run. So that was kind of the beginning of the gut punch, and then they only scored 2 in Wednesday's game. So the offense hasn't done well, but I think, look, you get the day off, you come home, you're ready to roll, the crowd's going to be behind you. All that's going to come into play. Every bit of it's going to come into play. And so now what we have is a game where you're going to get the home crowd behind you. Remember, the Braves have not lost it at Truist Park in the playoffs yet. That's huge. That's bigger than what folks may realize. That is huge. So they're going to be looking at the weather real quick for the weekend. Let's go ahead and set that up because obviously that's going to play into effect. You're looking at what's going to be happening here in the coming hours, and there's a good chance of rain tonight. Now they're hoping it clears up, but we're talking about a 40% chance of rain. There could be rain during the game. Here's hoping that we miss all that junk and the clouds part and we get a beautiful game of baseball, but there's a good chance that we're going to get some rain. I, for one, hope that if there's going to be a rain delay, it happens pre-game and not mid-game, because it's going to mess up your pitchers. You can't really afford to have that at this point if you're Atlanta. It doesn't play well into the hands of Houston either, but Houston didn't just lose their guy for game number 1 from game number 1. Now, Houston is dealing with it. They're dealing with their own injuries. McCullers should have won already in the series. And if McCullers had gone in this series, who knows if the Braves even win game 1. So there's a lot of things that play into that. But for the forecast for Saturday, by the way, it looks much better. Saturday doesn't look like we're going to run into a whole lot of rain. So we're looking at the rain for Saturday and Sunday. It's less likely as far as game time. In fact, Sunday looks phenomenal. But tonight, you're looking at a high in the 50s and a little bit of rain. That could play into the hands of the Atlanta Braves because at least the Braves do play outdoors. They do not play in a dome. So they're a little more used to this. Now, it's a little cooler than what they're normally used to, but at least the Braves are used to playing in the elements. So we'll see how that plays into effect. We'll look at the lineups a little bit later. But looking at what you're typically going to get going on here, facing a right-handed pitcher like Garcia, who, by the way, if you look at what he's done in the postseason compared to what he's done in the regular season, he has not looked that great except for his previous start. He has 9 1/3 inning pitch and a 9.8, 9.64 ERA. For his career, he's got 11 innings pitched and a 7.94 ERA. So has he found something, or was that just a goofy game that he had last time out, and was he able to adjust to the Red Sox batters, or did he just happen to have it was on fire? Against the Red Sox the other night, he went 5 2/3, no earned run, 7 strikeouts. Looked phenomenal. Looked absolutely phenomenal. But if you look at what he's done all in all, go back to the game that he pitched before that in the playoffs, and Garcia got absolutely roasted in that game. Garcia against the Red Sox, check out this line score. Garcia pitched 1 inning of baseball and gave up 5 earned runs, 2 hits, gave up a grand slam. That was the game where the Red Sox hit 2 grand slams in back-to-back innings. It was Garcia and Odorizzi, which, by the way, we'll see Odorizzi later on in the this weekend at some point. They haven't announced starting pitchers deep into the weekend, but you're going to see Odorizzi in some form or fashion. So looking at tonight's game, it's going to be obviously Anderson versus Garcia. And we just hope that we get the bad Garcia, not the phenomenal Garcia. I'm expecting to get a little bit in between. A guy that we can get to, and we're going to have to take advantage of it. Because Sunday, I'm assuming we're going to see Framber Valdez, and I just don't expect to see Framber Valdez to be as bad as he was in game 1. If he is, that's phenomenal, and we're probably going to win the series. But I expect to see a harder fight. But what does that look like for the Atlanta Braves going forward this weekend? Tucker Davis is probably going to get a start, and I don't think they'll announce that until the last dog is dead. They're going to wait and wait and wait to try to have to make them, or they might do a thing where they open up with Jesse Chavez one game, and then Tucker Davidson is going to go in to one of these games, is going to be expected to pitch multiple innings in his appearance. 2, hopefully 3. In a perfect scenario, 4. Because he's going to be there to try to eat some innings. If we could build the bridge to the bullpen tonight, what you would like to see is Ian Anderson go 5 innings. 6 obviously would be phenomenal, and then it would set up for Jackson to Matzik to Smith to close the game out. But let's say he can only go 5. I think you got to put Minter in there. I know they would like to save Minter for one of these games to go long, but if you have the opportunity to win tonight and take the series lead, you got to do whatever you can and then worry about tomorrow. I've never been a big fan of overcoaching, meaning overmanaging your team, meaning worrying about what's going to happen on Saturday and Sunday today. It's different if it's a regular season and you're trying to build this to worry because you're sitting in the middle of May and you're not trying to crush your bullpen as you're about to go on a 10-game road trip, right? But now we're at the end. And if you play your cards perfectly, you only got 3 more games left. Any way you look at it, if you can get the W tonight, put your best foot forward. And then you go for your best foot forward tomorrow night and Sunday night. And you just kind of piece it together. You do as good as you can, but you piece it together. I do think Atlanta gets the win tonight. I think that crowd's going to be behind them, even in the rain. I think the crowd's going to be behind them, and we're going to get a live crowd in Atlanta. Hopefully, we don't get a whole lot of rain, but with the rain, so you might end up with a lower scoring game. But the biggest thing that I see, the key to Atlanta's success, is Houston's going to have to go a man down tonight. They don't have their DH. Braves don't typically have a DH. They're used to platooning. They're used to bringing guys off the bench to pinch hit. But typically, Houston, other than when they play on the road, interleague play, they don't even really use that as a term anymore, but I'll still use it, interleague play. Houston is built to have that DH, and they're not going to have it tonight. It'll also be interesting to me to see how Dusty and company manage their bullpen in a 3-game series on the road with no DH. It takes a bigger toll on you managing, because every decision you make is under a microscope, especially in the World Series. And if you're not used to managing the bullpen with no DH, now look, Dusty's got experience in the National League, so it's not like he's never done this before. But I'm talking about managing this roster. It's going to be a different animal. And you get a guy in the American League Park, and he's pitching well, and he's on a roll. Well, I'm going to take, for instance, perfect example was Tuesday night, game 1. And I know this is Atlanta, not Houston, but Charlie Morton came out of the game after the injury, and then Minter stayed in for 2 2/3. He only gave up 1 earned run, pitched well in a pinch when he wasn't expected to go almost 3 innings. The guy that normally goes 1, pitched phenomenal, I thought. Luke Jackson, 1 2/3 innings. Matzik, God got him 4 outs. That doesn't necessarily play out in a National League Park, because when your batters roll around to the pitcher spot, however you double switch or you keep the lineup the same, you got to make big decisions on whether or not these guys stay in the game, or if you're going to keep rolling. In the American League, it's so much easier to manage it in the junior circuit, because you just let a guy pitch as long as he's pitching well, and then you pull him out. So that's going to be key when Dusty decides to deploy his big bopper each night, because he may not go with the same lineup that he's going to use tonight as he will tomorrow night or Sunday night. So when does he decide to deploy that big bopper? You take Snicker, typically when he's used, I'm going to take the beginning of the playoffs as an example. When he is used, Jock Peterson, it's been in big moments. And it's not necessarily every time did he use him in the waiting to use his bopper in the bottom of the 8th, top of the 8th, 9th inning. If there were guys on base and they had an opportunity, Jock Peterson came in. So we're going to see, and we don't know if Snicker's going to roll with this same lineup tomorrow, which will probably be a bullpen day for Houston. And then, of course, Sunday, definitely you're going to see some kind of a difference, because it's going to be a left-handed starter in Framber Valdez. But knowing when to deploy that pinch hitter and just having a gut feeling and it coming through is a big deal. Look, one of the biggest things that you're going to see when they bring the pinch hitters in, and let's say you've got an opportunity to bring in, I'll give you an example. Let's say sometime in this series, Jock Peterson's on your bench. The bases are loaded. There's 1 away. The game's tied, or you're down by 1, or you could even be up by 1. But there's bases loaded. There's nobody out. I'm going to go with nobody out. And the pitcher spot's coming up. And the pitchers pitch pretty well. One of the smartest things you could do would be to tell the pitcher, don't swing. I don't want to see that bat move 1 bit. You go up there and take a strikeout if you have to. And that's okay, because the line's ready to roll over, and we'll find a way to get these runs in. Or you can go the other way, and you deploy your big pinch hitter off the bench. and say it's now or never. I don't care about bringing him in to pitch in the 9th inning, the 8th inning, because here we are in the 5th inning. We got a chance to ambush this team. And there's not always just one right answer. It really comes down to how did it play out? You rolled that dice, and did you come up snake eyes, or did you come up with a victory? So that's what we're going to be looking at tonight. So now switching gears a little bit and looking at the starting lineups. We'll start with the Houston Astros, as they are the away team. And plus, we always like to save the best for last anyways, right? So the Astros are going to roll out, barring any last-second changes. It'll be Altuve at the top, Brantley in right field, Bregman at third base. In left field, you're going to have Alvarez, Correa at shortstop. So that's your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Altuve, Brantley, Bregman, Alvarez, and Correa. Kyle Tucker is going to get the nod in center field at number 6 in the lineup. And that's a big deal because he's not a center fielder. He's played center fielder, but that's not his strongest position. So they could be hurt by a couple of things. A, Tucker playing a bit out of position. He's normally a right fielder. And B, Yordan Alvarez in the outfield. Anything hit to the left center gap could be trouble for the Astros. And you like that when you got a right-handed heavy lineup like the Braves do. Granted, we're going against a righty, and we'll get to the Braves lineup here in a bit, but that's what you're looking at. And then after that, you've got Gurriel's going to play first, Maldonado, catcher, and Garcia will be the pitcher, and he'll be batting 9th. Now, what you'll be looking at here also is that if the Astros get a sizable lead or a lead that they feel comfortable with, no matter how you look at it, in all likelihood, you're going to see a defensive change, and the first guy to come out would most likely be Alvarez, and you're going to see either Siri, who we saw him in the the second game he started, and he's the guy that beat out that swinging bunt, essentially, is what it was, right? And if it's not Siri, then it'll be Chas McCormick. But both of them are traditional center fielders as opposed to what Tucker, when he came up, he was talked about being a center fielder, but he just has never had I'm not going to say he's a terrible center fielder. He's decent, but he's not who you want to have out there manning the field in a big situation. And so they're going to start with him in center and then most likely slide him to the corner. And depending on where they are in the batting order, either pull Alvarez or pull Brantley. Most likely it's Alvarez because Brantley has played left field. Now, the other thing is Brantley moves over to right field, and that's not where he typically plays. And we all know that right field in Atlanta can be tough. So across the board, if you look at this logistically, the Astros and Dusty Baker, they are going with bats over gloves. And that's just how you have to look at it. They're not out there putting defense first. They're expecting to lay into some pitches, to get some runs. It could backfire. I honestly think it will backfire. I think you're going to see the Braves able to take advantage of this and get guys out there. You put some stress on them out there in the outfield. They start kicking the ball around. That can affect them at the plate. And so that's what we're hoping for the Atlanta side of this. There's no doubt about it. The outfield they're putting out there, though they are very poor defensively when you put those three guys in those three positions. Tucker's not about a right fielder. He's a decent right fielder, but he doesn't belong in center. Same thing with Brantley. Brantley's a good to decent left fielder, but left fielder, but he belongs in left field. He doesn't belong in right. And then you've got Alvarez out there who's predominantly a designated hitter. he's out there. Braves fans, think of Marcell Ozuna and maybe a little less than that. Because the one thing about Ozuna that we did have when Ozuna was out there, the guy was an ex-Gold Glover. So at one point he knew how to play the position. I just think he got fat and out of shape and focused more on hitting the weight room to launch the ball and didn't care as much about catching it. But Alvarez, a young kid, 24 years old, athletic at the plate, great hand-eye coordination. But it'll be interesting. If there's some bullets in the gap, if there are atoms, you might see a hairy situation in center field, and left field or center field, and you know how this goes. Whenever you try to hide a defensive player on the field, the ball usually finds them early and often. So I think that's the biggest storyline. Can the Astros bats make up for the fact that they're not going to have their best defense there? And can the Braves take advantage of that? Because just because the Braves are rolling out and playing against an inferior defensive outfield tonight, they got to hit the ball on the screws. They got to put the pressure on those guys to make those plays. If you're getting out in front, swinging and missing and striking out, not putting the ball in play, or when you do, it's not a hard hit ball. You got cans of corn popping up in the air out there in the outfield. Even the least of all outfielders on the major league level can make those plays. What you want to see happen is you get ducks on the pond, you get the ball in motion, and then the big thing would be that ball gets in the gap, and you've got a runner going from first to home or second to home on a single. Can they make the play? Can they make the cutoff man? So I'm sure they've been out there all day and yesterday practicing, but practice only takes you so far when you haven't done it all year long. So that's what it looks like there for Houston. Also, to put a cap on that real quick, if you're looking at their lineup, Gurriel down in the 6th hole, and then Maldonado and Garcia. Look, any MLB player can get into anything, but essentially you got 2 automatic outs at the bottom of that lineup. You got to take advantage of that. Can't just lay it in there. You still got to pitch to these guys, but you can't walk Maldonado and Garcia, and you darn sure can't just lay taters in there for them to rip them into the outfield to get runners going. You want to make sure those are – you would like to see – let's say Garcia goes through and faces – let's say he pitches a decent game and goes through and faces Ian Anderson twice. I want to see a big fat 0 for 2. Same thing with Maldonado. And so that's where we're at with that. So taking a look at the Braves now, as the Atlanta Braves, they are set to do battle, and they look a lot the same. Look, I kind of previewed this morning and talked about it at length on a couple of the shows, but I figured what they're doing is what they were going to do, and that is you've got Rosario at the top of the order playing left field. You got Freddie Freeman batting second and at first. So you got lefty-lefty to start it off against the righty Garcia. Then you've got the switch hitting Albies hitting third. So you've got lefty-lefty-lefty to start it off essentially. And then here comes the onslaught of right-handed bats. Got Austin Riley batting fourth. You got Soler. He's going to be in right field, not Jock Peterson. You got Jorge Soler batting fifth and playing right field. And he plays a decent right field. He's not terrible. He plays a decent right field. Jock's a little better in the field. So if Atlanta gets a lead, Atlanta's been doing this all, last two and a half, 3 months, where if they get a lead, you put the defensive change on, and most likely what they'll do, they have the ability to put Jock Peterson in right field. But if they have their druthers, what they'll do, let's say they have a 3-4 run lead late in the game, they're going to put Adam Duvall in right field, and they'll put Heredia in center. But the way the lineup looks like this, you got Albies and then Riley and then Soler. Like I mentioned, Duvall is playing center, and he's going to be batting 6th. And then Travis Darnode will be batting 7th. He's earned the right to bat in front of Dansby Swanson. Hit the home run in game 2. He had a couple of hits. And he gives you, I say this all the time, and I know it's probably a broken record at this point, he gives you a professional at bat. And you don't always get that out of Swanson. You don't get that out of Duvall much, to be honest with you. But Duvall has that light tower power, so you have him a little higher up. Plus, his wheels alone make you want to put him up there because he's more likely to get a double. He's more likely to stretch a first to third, that kind of thing. And then Dansby Swanson is going to be batting 8th, per usual. He's so used to batting there now. I think they're best off if everyone stays healthy and there's no COVID list or any junk like that, that you keep Dansby Swanson where he is in the 8-hole. He's used to playing in the 8-hole. He's also used to knowing that they're going to pitch around him, so he has a little better of a knowledge of what's going to happen as opposed to just flippity flopping and trying to play the hot hand. So, and then of course after that, Ian Anderson's going to pull up the rear batting 9th. What are we going to be looking for in this game for Atlanta? The keys to win. I think number 1 with the bullet is for Atlanta to get out to an early lead. Doesn't have to be a big lead, but I'd like to see them get some at the end of 1, at the end of 2, have a 1-run lead. You don't know how Ian Anderson's going to come out. I think he would come out well and pitch well, but you just never know. If he gives up a run or 2, Atlanta's got to be ready to take advantage of Garcia, who, when his slider's not biting, and he has a tendency of that slider to hang, when it's not biting, that's when you can mash him. And so that's what we're looking at today. But the other keys to the game, Ian Anderson, my man, you got to go 5 innings, I think. If he goes 4 and you get the win, that's really all you care about when it's all said and done. But it could have an effect on the rest of the series when you know you're faced with 2 bullpen games back-to-back nights. It's a lot to absorb. The one thing I'll say about these bullpen games is if you get some kind of miracle start, and it's happened before in the postseason, we've seen it before, these unlikely heroes. If you get a miracle start out of like a Tucker Davidson, whoever they end up doing, however they end up playing the next 2 nights, and that takes some of the pressure off the rest of the lineup, you could do yourself wonders. But tonight, I really think the key is get the double. And I guarantee you the only thing that Dusty Baker is going to be looking at in this 3-game set in Atlanta, he's got one main job, and that's to get 1 win. Because if he gets 1 win, he knows it's got to come back to Houston. And that really has to be your focus if you're the Astros. Because if you beat Atlanta, whether it's tonight, tomorrow night, Sunday night, the one thing you know is that they're going to have to beat you on your soil. Atlanta, you can't get ahead of yourself and go, man, we got to win all 3 of these games. Try to get the win tonight. Dump out your bullpen, whatever you got to do. Get that series lead. When you do things like that, pressure can take its course on a Houston Astros team. You think they're not feeling a little bit of pressure? See, the Atlanta Braves are playing with house money right now. But the Houston Astros, they know that the narrative in this entire World Series, along with the postseason of the last 2 years, not just this year, is that they're a bunch of cheaters, and that's all they are, is a bunch of cheaters. And their championships aren't quote-unquote legitimate. They're out to prove the world wrong. 2017, they won the championship, but that's the tainted one, right? In 2018, they lost to the Red Sox. Red Sox went on to win the World Series, but that's the tainted one for the Red Sox. It's kind of funny how no one ever wants to talk about that, but it is. They had the Apple Watch thing going on. They had the same manager in 2018 that was sitting on the bench for the Astros in 2017, and he's currently in Boston as their manager. So it's kind of funny that Houston gets raked over the rails and nobody wants to talk about Boston cheating. I don't know if it's just because they're media darlings. I don't know what the reasoning is, but that is because it escaped over. But you look at that. So 2018, they lose to Boston. And then 2019, they get back to the World Series and they choke. They absolutely choke. They can't beat the Nationals. The Nationals were not as good a team as Houston. And you can look at top to bottom right now, especially with the injury to Morton. Put aside the other injuries. The Astros have a better roster than the Braves top to bottom, but I don't know if they're a better team, because a better team implies that you have better defense, which they do not. Atlanta had a gaff game too. They played terrible defense, but normally they've played pretty good defense. It's not elite, but they've played much better defense than they have in the past couple of seasons. So they kind of had a reverse in what happened on to prior seasons. But this Houston team has got to be feeling some pressure if they lose tonight, because if they lose tonight, they're staring down the barrel of a bullpen game tomorrow. And the Astros bullpen has been phenomenal. But I still contend that is going to take a price, because unlike the Braves, the Astros have dumped their bullpen out this entire playoff series, this entire playoff run, excuse me. Eventually, you're going to get some tired guys go out there and just lay some eggs. But with all that being said, if you're the Astros and you go into the 2019 series and you lose to the Nationals, who you should have beaten, and everybody's pointing at, all right, well, you say you didn't cheat, but we think you're still cheaters to get to that World Series, but you say you didn't cheat, well, then that's why you didn't win the World Series, right? So you can't win on that argument if you're an Astro. Because if you say we did cheat to get there, then you're cheaters once again. If you say we didn't cheat to get there, then the argument's going to be, well, then that's why you lost. And then you flash forward to 2020 in that postseason, and they couldn't beat the Rays. They get knocked out of the ALCS again. Now, the one common denominator of this entire thing, in the ALCS, the Astros are always there. So they've been a consistent. They've been the Goliath of the American League. They have been the Los Angeles Dodgers. The Dodgers have been to the show a few more times, but that has been it since 2017. It's been pretty much on one side of the Astros and the other side of the Dodgers. And the question's always, are they going to meet again, or is one going to get there, or is the other going to get there? So this year they finally get back to the World Series, and they're looking to put their stamp on this run because they've got a lot of guys who can hit free agency. They get down 2-1, and that balloons into 3-1. There's a lot of pressure on Houston. No matter what the national narrative tries to tell you, and they try to, twist it as, well, the Braves got to win all the games at home. There's a lot of pressure. No, there's not. These guys weren't supposed to be here. Acuna's gone. Ozuna's gone. Soroka's gone. Now Charlie Morton's gone. No one expects Atlanta to win. The Braves expect to win. I think we get the W tonight. We get you set for the first pitch here. I expect Ian Anderson to go well. I don't think the possibility of rain and all that in the air, I don't think we're going to get a high-scoring game. I could be wrong on that. But I just figured the only way that changes in my mind is if Garcia starts giving up rockets in the outfield and the defense isn't there. But I like the Braves to win. I think we're going to get a normal game. The first game was 6-2 Atlanta. They got out to an early start. Houston was never in it, even with the injury to Morton. Second game, 7-2 Houston. Houston got out to an early start. The Braves were never in it. I think you're going to get a competitive game tonight. It leans into that kind of thing when you are in a National League park, because you don't just have a slow pitch softball lineup going through. So I'll take the Braves to win. I'll say a little higher scoring, but I think they'll win. I'll take them 5-3. 5-3. I was going to say 5-4, but I don't want to sweat through that. So I'll say 5-3. And we'll be white knuckling in the 9th inning as Will Smith comes in and slams the door. But I expect good things out of Smith. I expect good things out of Matzik. And I think Luke Jackson will be better at home in front of the home crowd. He wasn't bad the other night at all. And if needed, I believe Minter will be dumped out. You could always go to Minter tonight to build the bridge, give him tomorrow off, and then give him a long day on Sunday. And then that would build him for an off day on Monday. And then assuming that there's a game 6, you go back to Houston with pretty good rest. So there you have that. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Go Braves. We'll get ready as the opening pitch is almost here on us. And Atlanta, it's time to rock and roll in the Battery. And it's time to get those hands and feet stomping at Truist Park. Go Braves, baby. Let's go.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
You're in Braves country.
You're listening live to Atlanta Braves baseball, your Braves country YouTube broadcast of Game 3 of the 2021 World Series. The Astros and Braves are tied at 1 apiece in a best-of-7 series. And your Atlanta Braves will send Ian Anderson to the hill with his 2.25 ERA here in the postseason. The Astros will counter with Luis Garcia, 1-1, with a 9.64 ERA. So crack you a cold one and grab you an armchair. It's Braves Country Baseball on YouTube Live. Good evening, boys and girls. I'm Mac McGee, and I'm here to bring you tonight's action as the Atlanta Braves are getting set. We'll get the screen set up here in just a moment. The Atlanta Braves are getting set for Game 3 of this World Series. Real quick, we'll go over the starting rosters, the starting lineups, and then we'll take a really quick break and get back to the action. Jose Altuve is leading off and batting second from the right-hand side of the plate. Leading off and playing second. And Brantley is going to be in right field tonight from the left-hand side of the plate. Normally, the Houston's left fielder. Houston's third hitter in the lineup tonight will be Bregman playing third. Alvarez will be in left, normally their designated hitter, and batting fourth. Correa will play short, batting from the right-hand side of the plate. And Kyle Tucker, batting .294 on the year, he'll be playing center field tonight, normally a right fielder. And Yuli Gurriel will be batting seventh from the left-hand side of the plate and playing first. Maldonado is your catcher, and Garcia is your starting pitcher. For the Atlanta Braves, when they come up in the bottom of the first inning, it's going to be Rosario, Freddie Freeman, and Ozzie Albies as usual, along with Austin Riley. Jorge Soler bats fifth tonight and plays right field. Adam Duvall will be playing center field and batting sixth. And Travis d'Arnaud, the hind catcher, will be batting seventh, with Dansby Swanson batting eighth. Ian Anderson, with 3 sacrifice bunts on the year, is batting ninth. We're going to take a really quick break, reset, get the score up, and we will be back in just a flash here on Atlanta Braves Baseball, Braves Country, here on YouTube Live.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here! Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Cali, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Who the Raiders! Omaha!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseballs. We're getting set for the action tonight in Atlanta, Georgia. The rain looks like it's going to hold up, and we will get the game tonight. There's been a steady rain in Atlanta all day long. Now, tomorrow night and Sunday night, it appears to be clear. So as long as we get tonight's game in, we should be good to go for the rest of the series. Atlanta may benefit from a rain out, but I don't think they would benefit from a game starting and then delayed. So there we have that. The Atlanta Braves will be sending Ian Anderson to the mound tonight. And on the surface, it looks like that Atlanta is going to have somewhat of an advantage. And the reason why I say that is you've got Ian Anderson, who has a 2.25 ERA here in this postseason on 3 starts, but he's only averaged 4 innings. Now, on the flip side, Garcia has an ERA well over 9, but his last outing is what the Astros are hoping for. He was phenomenal against that vaunted Boston Red Sox offense. He went 5 1/3 innings with no earned runs. So that's going to be the trick tonight, is which Garcia do we get? And then the other thing that is a big, big factor at this point in the game, in the series, but also for tonight's game, and Dusty Baker has already made some comments pre-game complaining about the fact that the Astros were not allowed to get on the field and practice yesterday because they were trying to keep the field good to go because it's been raining, like I said, since yesterday. He alluded to the fact that he thinks there's some games being played some gamesmanship being played by the Atlanta Braves. Whether or not that's true or not, they did not allow either team on the field. And the Astros are already coming into this stadium unfamiliar with the way the stadium plays. Then you've got the weather, but then they are themselves adding to it by putting an offensive outfield and not a defensive outfield out there. So all that's going to come into play, and we'll see what happens here as the game will get going here in just a second. But what it looks like is that they're already setting up for a reason to complain if they lose. I can see where they're coming from as far as wanting to take the field, but it's pretty common that if it's raining, you don't let anyone go on the field, whether it's the home team or the away team, because you don't want them tearing up the infield and the grass, and then the game itself would be in peril. So get ready for game 3. The series is tied, and the Atlanta Braves look to send Ian Anderson to the hill to try to take down the Houston Astros. The next 3 nights are here in Atlanta, and we look forward to bringing you the coverage every pitch right here. So please like and subscribe, and we are almost ready to go. There was a little bit of a delay. They had a pregame ceremony honoring the late, great Hank Aaron, so that's why it's not quite started just yet. But for quite understandable why they wanted to get that on national television. Not only was it for the great late Hank Aaron, they didn't get the opportunity in Atlanta to do this during the All-Star game when the commissioner of baseball sent it out to Denver. So Atlanta's going to be ready here in just a second, and we'll be ready for game number 3. There was big news in Major League Baseball today. If you missed it, the San Diego Padres, who were looking for a skipper, well, they found their guy. It's Bob Melvin, and he has been with the Oakland A's for about a decade. He will take over the reins at San Diego, chasing his own championship. Remember, there was a situation in the front office where they allowed him to go look outside their home field, their franchise, excuse me. And it's believed that Melvin was wanting to look for someone who is willing to spend money like San Diego has. And conversely, the A's were looking to get a younger manager who was all in on all of their analytics. Melvin's been pretty good with the analytics, but he has pushed back from time to time. So we're getting close here to the first pitch as we are live here, getting ready as they're doing the final snapshots of the game. And nice little ceremony pregame where Troy Snicker, the hitting coach, is the son of Brian Snicker, and they had a photo op at home plate right before the game. Your home plate umpire tonight is Tom Hallion. First base is Ted Barrett. Mike McClinsky is down the second base bag, and Alfonso Marquez is on third base. Left field will be manned by Chris Conroy, game 1's umpire, and right field manned by Ron Culpa, game 2's umpire. And I think we've all had our say on those umpires in games 1 and 2. Hopefully we get a better called game here in game number 3. We're almost underway as Ian Anderson is making his 8th start in postseason play, putting him in the top 5 all time with the Atlanta Braves pitchers. Of course, there's more rounds nowadays, but he's still technically a rookie. And we get ready for the first pitch here in Atlanta. And first pitch is almost set here as Altuve gets set in, and the first pitch is a fastball at the knees. Looked like it kissed the black, but Blue's going to call it low. It's 1-0. Jose Altuve batting .200 in the postseason, but does have 4 home runs and hit one out of the park in game 2. Curveball taken low for ball 2, and it's 2-0. Two-0 pitch from Anderson and fired high, 95 miles an hour out of the zone, and it's now 3-0. Jose Altuve, known to attack a 3-0 pitch, so you got to be careful here. Here's the 3-0 pitch to Altuve, and it is a fastball called for a strike at the knees, and it's 3-1. Nothing, your score. 3-1 pitch and swung on, popped high and out of play, and we'll do it again at 3-2. Atlanta nothing, Houston nothing. Jose Altuve, standing room only in Atlanta in the 3-2 count, and it's a fastball low, and they walk the dangerous Altuve to start the game. You do wonder how the pitchers are going to adjust with the wet ball. The rain looks like it has pretty much subsided. You still have the rain coming in. Still a little wet. The ground is definitely wet. We'll see how that plays. This will bring Michael Brantley to the plate. Michael Brantley batting .352 in the playoffs. Here's the first pitch to Brantley, and it's a fastball right down the pipe, 95 miles an hour, taken for a strike, and it's 0-1. Brantley, left-handed, smooth left-handed hitter, doesn't go for a lot of power, but is known to put it in the gap. Here's a pickoff play over to grab Altuve, and he's back. And it's 0-1 once again. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Brantley, and it is a changeup, just missed outside, and it's 1-1. Braves nothing, Houston nothing. We're just getting underway here in game number 3. And here's the 1-1 pitch swung on back to the Ian Anderson. He grabs it, fires it down to second, and Swanson rips it down to first. And there's a double play to kill the rally, 2 away in the top of the first. What a nice play by Swanson. He had to leap. The throw from Anderson was on the bag, but it was a little high. He had to leap, grabbed it, came right down on the bag, fired over to first, as Brantley is not the swiftest of runners. So it was a tailor-made double play. Here's the first pitch to Bregman, and it's a changeup in the dirt. It's 1-0. Bregman batting 0 for 7 for this series. Here's the 1-0 pitch, another changeup in the dirt, well in front of the plate, both of them, and it's now 2-0. Two-0 pitch, and it's a fastball at the knees, fired for a strike, and it's 2-1. Bregman has yet to swing, getting ready for the 2-1 pitch. And Here's the delivery from Anderson. Bregman's going to call time. Blue's going to give it to him. He's going to step out of the box. We'll get going again here. 2-1 is your count. Bregman hitting .239 in the postseason and 0 for 7 in the series. Here's a 2-1 pitch, and it's a fastball. Inside, kisses the block, and it's 2-2. Bregman working the count for sure. That could be one of the game plans of Houston, as well as of Atlanta, knowing that there's a bullpen game tomorrow. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is in the dirt for a curveball, and it's 3-2. Bregman has yet to swing the bat. Yordan Alvarez looms on deck. Here's 3-2 pitch, and it is a curveball in the dirt. Ball 4, and Bregman will take first base without getting the bat off his shoulders, bringing Yordan Alvarez to the plate, a very dangerous hitter. Yordan Alvarez, big young lefty that is just 24 years old, not accustomed to playing a whole lot of defense. But he is in left field tonight. Here's first pitch to Alvarez. It's a fastball swung on, popped high into left field. It's playable and very shallow. Rosario's underneath it. We'll head to the bottom of the first inning. The Atlanta Braves will grab the bats. It's tied 0-0.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew, step, chew, step, chew, step, chew.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves are grabbing the bats. Rosario Freeman and Ozzie Albies will be due up. And if anyone gets on, Austin Riley and then Jorge Soler. Of course, the Braves are dealing with the same thing that Houston is dealing with, no DH, but much more accustomed to it as we head to the bottom of the first inning. No score. Houston did draw 2 walks in the first inning. Ian Anderson averages almost 4 walks per 9. So you got to keep an eye on that. Here comes Luis Garcia, who is, like we've said before, we don't know who we're going to get tonight with Garcia, but he is a big right-hander that when he's on, he's very hard to hit. Ask the Red Sox. But when he's off, he gives up a lot of runs. Ask the Red Sox. Games 2 and game 6 in that series, the Astros sent Garcia out 2 times. One time couldn't get out of the second, gave up 5 earned runs. The second time went almost 6, blanking the Sox. Here's the first pitch to Rosario, and it's a fastball high, 94 miles an hour, and it's 1-0. Braves nothing, Houston nothing. Garcia's got a really weird delivery where it's almost like he's rocking a baby in his arm as he's getting ready. Here's a 95-mile-an-hour fastball popped up and dropped down the line. Will it fall? It will, but it's going to be foul. Just in between Bregman and Alvarez, they were giving chase, but the ball fell about 2 to 3 feet foul of the left field line in between third base and right where the grass cuts off on the warning track. So we'll do it again at 1-1. And here's the delivery as Rosario gets back on the hill. And the windup and dances back and forth, and he fires it. Swung on and fouled back. It's 1-2. Atlanta nothing, Houston nothing. We're just getting underway here. Game number 3, the next 3 nights in Atlanta. If Atlanta takes care of their business, they do not have to go back to Houston. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a curveball missed in the dirt, and it's 2-2. Nice pitch by Garcia. Really nice pitch by, or really good job by Rosario holding up on that. It's a curveball. It started kind of low, so it was a little easier to hold off, but it did cross over the plate. So not the easiest pitch to lay off of. He's known for his slider. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's a fastball low, 97 miles an hour, and we'll do it at a full count at 3-2. Here's the 3-2 count from Garcia. See, really fidgety on the mound, takes about 6 steps back and forth. I would think that might affect him if you can get runners on. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it is a curveball taken for a ball. They're going to call it a strike 3, and Rosario can't believe it. He cannot believe it. They're saying he went around, and Rosario arguing, heading back to the dugout. We'll have to see the replay on that. It was a curveball that went into Rosario's ankles, and he looked like he had held up, but blew down the third base line. And it's Chris Conroy and Alfonso Marquez. Marquez we dealt with in the first series. It doesn't look like that he went around. He looked like that he held up. Usually the rule of thumb is if you don't break your wrist, and he looked like he held up, but nonetheless it's 1 away, and Freddie Freeman comes to the plate. First pitch is a fastball fired on and hit high, but lazy pop fly into left field. Alvarez is underneath it, and it's quickly 2 away. Freddie Freeman, always known to be a first pitch swinger, and Garcia took advantage of that, putting a pitch just outside of his wheelhouse, getting him to chase. Talked about this before, but Alvarez, Tucker, and Brantley are in the outfield tonight. Their typical center fielders are not on the field tonight because of the designated hitter rule. They're not their better hitters. So Siri and McCormick will be held out until Houston possibly gets a lead. That's how Dusty Baker is playing it. The Braves are dealing with a full shift on Ozzie Albies to the right side, and the first ball is a curveball. It's in the dirt, and it's 1-0. Garcia just 8 pitches into the night. You always like to keep an eye on that because the top of the Braves order does tend to ambush pitches. And if they don't get on top of them fast and put them into play safely, it can be early innings. Would love to get into that Astros bullpen tonight. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's swung on. Strike 2, fastball right at the letters. One pitch to Ozzie. And the delivery, it's a curveball in the dirt. That should be 2-1. It is. About the same location where Rosario, that they said offered at it. Garcia, his run line on the sports books out in Vegas tonight is 4.5 runs given up. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Ozzie, and it's a fastball below the knees. He took a swipe at it and missed. It's 2-2. If Ozzie can get on, Austin Riley looms on deck. Nothing is your score. It's a 2-2 game. Bottom of the first. Garcia rocks and fires, and it is a fastball low below the knees. Hard pitch to lay off of. Good eye by Ozzie, and it's 3-2. Looks like that's one of Garcia's favorite pitches. He likes to throw that fastball 96 miles an hour at your knees on the outer part of the plate. If you can get that, why not? That's almost an unhittable pitch. Garcia starting his delivery, and it is a fastball outside and wide. Ozzie's going to take first on the first walk of the night for the Atlanta Braves, and that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Good eye by Ozzie, laying off that fastball. It was just off the plate. He must have been looking center cut, and he laid off it. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. He's 2 for 9 in this series, hitting .245 this postseason. Does have 2 home runs and a double and an RBI, a double and RBI this series. Here's the first pitch to Riley, and it's way outside, 95 miles an hour. And it's 1-0. Maldonado is going to use one of their 6 mound visits and go talk to the young right-hander. And now Garcia during the regular season had a 3.30 ERA, a 1.17 whip. Gave up about 7 hits per 9, 1 home run per 9, and almost 10 strikeouts per 9 innings, 3 walks. Very similar to Ian Anderson with just a few more strikeouts. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Riley, and it's a fastball again, outside and low. It's 2-0. Jorge Soler is on deck. Here's the 2-0 pitch. And it is a slider in the dirt. That's the pitch that they say when he's on, he can really deliver that as a nasty pitch, but he misses that time, and it's 3-0. Austin Riley now looking at a 3-0 count. Will he be taking? Or will they cut him loose? Here's the 3-0 pitch, and it is a changeup at the knees on the black, and it's 3-1. We'll never know, because on a 3-0 pitch, if you open up the gates for someone like Riley, you're telling him, look something center cut, dead red. Anything else, spit on it. So here we go, 3-1 count to Riley. Ozzy's on first. There's 2 away, and the delivery swung on and missed. Fastball right up in Riley's kitchen, maybe a tad higher than he typically likes it. And so now he'll be facing a 3-2 count. A full count with Ozzy Albies on second. Anything in the gap will most likely score, as Ozzy should be running on the pitch. Garcia steps off the mound for a second to regroup his thoughts. And here comes the delivery from Garcia. And he begins the windup and swung on and missed, strike 3. Fastball on the outside part of the plate, and he missed. Riley is asking Blue if that would have been a strike had he not swung. I think it would have been. So that'll do it. We'll head to the top of the second inning. Houston nothing, Braves nothing. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on YouTube Live.
Yeah. Prognosis negative. Smith corks one into right, down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Ortiz in the deep right field.
You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Little roller up along first. Behind the bat.
Armchair.
High fly ball.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the play. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What? Armchair.
At its heart lie mythic contradictions. A pastoral game born in crowded cities. An exhilarating democratic sport that tolerates cheating and has excluded as many as it has included. A profoundly conservative game that often manages to be years ahead of its time.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Braves and ASTROS tied after 1 inning. Ian Anderson will take the hill once again. And we'll be looking to hopefully get another scoreless frame up and get back to the bats, as it looked like Garcia was struggling a little bit. You would have liked to have gotten to him You see a young player like that struggling, you'd like to take advantage of it. See, he was all over the strike zone towards the end. But here's the first pitch. It's a curveball in the dirt from Anderson, and it's well outside the zone and low. It's 1-0 to Carlos Correa. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a changeup low and inside, and it's 2-0. Definitely looks like that the game plan for the Astros is to run Anderson's pitch count up, as they are not swinging early at all. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's a changeup that's banged foul, and we'll do it again at 2-1, right down the third base line towards the dugout. Braves are playing Carlos Correa to pull in the infield. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's a fastball popped up high and into right field. Jorge Soler's underneath it, just right at the foul line, and there's one away. That ball traveled right into foul territory. If it dropped, it probably would have been foul. It was right there on the line, well before the warning track. Looked like one of those pitches, though, the way Correa was taking off, that might drop, and I think he easily would have been standing on second had it dropped. So there's one away here in the Houston second. And that'll bring up the bat of Kyle Tucker. Here's the first pitch to Tucker. Swung on, fastball, fouled back up against the screen. And it's 0-1. Looks like the rain has pretty much come to a stop in Atlanta. I'll check the radar here in a little bit. And the 0-1 pitch is a fastball wide and outside the zone, and it's 1-1. This is typically what's gotten Anderson into trouble, is running those long counts early in the game, which is one of the reasons why he has only pitched 12 innings and 3 starts, though a low ERA. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and another changeup out of the zone, and it's 2-1. When he runs into those teams that are free swingers, he can usually have a lot of success and go deep into a game. Houston is not one of those teams. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Tucker from the left side of the plate, and it is a changeup swung on and just foul tipped. It's 2-2. Looking at the radar here in Atlanta, it looks like everything is good to go. They are calling for showers at 6 a.m. in the morning. Lord, let's hope we're not here then. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's a changeup in the dirt. It's 3-2. Three-two count, one away, as Anderson's going to get a new pitch. A new ball, excuse me. You wonder what the footing on the mound is going to be like tonight for both pitchers. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it swung on, popped up high and deep down the first base line into right field. But Riley is playing on the shift, so he's going to take care of it for Soler. Really close to the same place that Correa hit his foul pop out, and there's 2 away. Two away, top of the second inning. And that's going to bring Yuli Gurriel to the plate. .340 average, does have a home run this postseason. He's 3 for 8 in the series. Here's the first pitch, and it is a nice changeup. Kissed the black on the outside part of the zone, and it's 0-1. That is a nice pitch by Anderson. He could replicate that. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball right down the pipe and taken for a strike, and it's 0-2. Anderson might have found his stride. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and he busts him inside. Fastball gets him off the plate. We'll do it again at 1-2. 0-0 your score. Top of the second. Here's the nasty changeup at the knees right down Main Street. And Gurriel has nothing to say, but I'll go grab my glove. We'll take a real quick break. When we come back, the Atlanta Braves grab the bats in a scoreless ball game.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
She always says that I don't like the way she talks. It's the information that she chooses to tell me at times. We took a trip to Florida, to Fort Lauderdale, and her and our daughter are flying from Nashville, where we live, and I'm flying from Detroit. We're meeting at Fort Lauderdale's airport. So I called her because I was about to take off, and I was like, all right, what time do you guys leave? She goes, noon. And it was 11:30, and they're still at home. I was like, Laura, I don't know if you even know what an airport is. But if that plane was in our driveway, I don't think you could make it. And she said, that's what time we leave for the airport. Our flight's not till 1:30. And I was like, all right, what do you think I wanted to know when I asked that? Is that what you thought the best time you could give me was a time that means nothing to nobody? She said, I'm sorry I don't talk the way you want me to talk. I'm like, I want you to talk like a regular person, all right?
Armchair. In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious. Walt Whitman, 1846.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves grabbing the bats here as we are tied heading to the bottom of the second inning. And due up in this second inning is going to be Jorge Soler, Duvall, and Darno. So we get set for that and get ready for the first pitch. Garcia struggled a bit in the first inning, but was able to come out unscathed. Neither team has a hit. There are 3 walks on the night. And no one has yet to really put good wood on a ball. So here's the first pitch from Garcia as he dances back and forth. And it's a fastball swung on and missed just underneath the hands of Soler, and it's 0-1. Soler 3 for 9 in the World Series with a double, a home run, and 2 RBIs. Love to get something going here. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on, fouled back, 97 miles an hour up against the screen. Hard throwing righty, and it's 0-2. Standing room only in the Battery in Atlanta. Sold out stadium. Truist Park. First home game in Atlanta. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is, they're going to say he went around, the ball went in the dirt. Soler kind of scoffs at it. We'll have to see on the replay, but it's one away, strikeout for Garcia. And yeah, he definitely went around on that one. The Rosario one was a bad call by the third base umpire. That was a good call by first base. So that's going to bring up Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. He's batting 1 for 8 in the World Series, 209 in the postseason. Does have 2 RBIs and a home run. Hit a solo shot in game number 2. Here's a fastball, and it's bounced up in front of the plate, taken for a ball, and it's 1-0. Series tied 1 apiece. Tonight's game will break that tie, and then you'll have games 4 and 5 starting at 8:09 and 8:15 Eastern, respectively. Here's the 1-0 pitch to d'Arnaud, and he swings it one high, up and high out of the zone. He'll foul it back, and it's 1-1. If there is a game 6, it would be Tuesday night in Houston, 8:09 Eastern, and game 7 in Houston Wednesday night, 8:09 Eastern. And with it looking like the rain has left pretty much Atlanta except for tomorrow morning, here's the 1-1 pitch to Garcia, and it is a curveball in the dirt, and it's 2-1. Looks like we will get out of the way of any kind of a rain out. I was worried upon quite a bit last 48 hours. Would they get this game in? Would it start on time? If it started, would there be a delay? Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's another curveball. Nice curveball by Garcia, but good eye by Duvall, taken for a ball, and it's 3-1. Garcia can start placing that ball where he wants to. He's going to be really hard to hit. You can see what the Red Sox went through. So here's a 3-1 pitch to Duvall. d'Arnaud is standing on deck. And swung on and ripped to third base, but right at Bregman. Bregman fires it over to first, throws a little high, but Gurriel's got it. And there's 2 away. Yuli Gurriel is up for the Golden Glove in the American League for first base. So he is set. They are set there at first base. Bregman is fine third baseman. Their infield defense should be fine. It's their outfield defense. If you can get some hard shots into the outfield and make their defense play defense, you might be able to get in an extra run or two this game. Here's the first pitch to d'Arnaud, and it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-0. d'Arnaud, 3 for 8 in the series with a home run, an RBI, and 3 runs, 231 average in this postseason. Was hitting well below 200 before the World Series started. So maybe he's found his stroke. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a curveball swung on way out of the zone, and it's 1-1. That's that nasty curveball that Duvall was able to lay off of, but d'Arnaud could not. Has a sharp 12-6 drop on it. Garcia rocking back and forth in his delivery, fires the 1-1 pitch, and it's a fastball, blew it right by d'Arnaud at the knees, swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. This will be the 31st pitch of the evening for Garcia. Garcia looking like he found his stride. We might be in for a pitcher's duel. And here's the 1-2 pitch to Darnode. Rocks and fires, and it is, whoa, fastball in the dirt. About 2 feet in front of the plate, and it's 2-2. First game in Atlanta in over 22 years in the World Series. This will have been the 4th stadium the Braves have played in the World Series. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's a curveball low and outside, and it's 3-2. The 4th stadium that they've played at home in the World Series. And 5th overall in championship baseball. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it swung on. Fastball hit high and deep into right field. Off the wall. It goes over to Tucker, who's playing center field, gets it back in, throws it to second. Darnode was hustling all the way, and he slides in for a double, a 2-out double. That ball just missed pay dirt. Brantley's taking a look up there at the right field wall, taking a look to see where it hit. They're starting to learn real quick. In this stadium, when that ball comes off the wall, it shoots off the wall. He ran into the cage down below. I think he thought he had a lot more room. And so he banged into the cage. I believe he's all right. It doesn't show like he's showing any signs of being injured. I think it just took him by surprise. And so Atlanta has a runner on second, but 2 away. They're going to intentionally walk Dansby Swanson. And so that's the bad part when you don't have the designated hitter. The good part is this will clear the pitcher. So any way you look at it, the next guy up is going to be the leadoff guy. So not necessarily all bad. Ian Anderson will probably be sitting up there trying to draw a walk. That can't be fun. Anderson going up against this guy. Here's the first pitch, and it is a changeup, and he swung out of his shoes. It's 0-1. Anderson, I'm surprised that he wasn't told to take going up there, but I guess he's trying to ambush, hoping he was just going to lay something in there. Garcia, 0-1 pitch, and there's a fastball swung on and fouled back, and it's quickly 0-2. This will be the 36th pitch of the evening. So whether the Braves score here or not, they've started to run that pitch count up on Garcia, which you got to love because tomorrow is definitely a bullpen game for both teams. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a curveball in the dirt. Anderson, good eye, and it's 1-2. Braves nothing, Astros nothing. Bottom of the second inning. Anderson steps out of the box asking for time. They'll give it to him. We'll do this once again. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Anderson, and it is swung on and missed. Strike 3. Ball gets away a little bit, but Anderson doesn't run, and they'll tag him easily, and that'll do it. We'll head to the top of the third inning. Braves get their first hit and clear the pitcher. It's 0-0 heading to the top of the third. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern, Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Houston Astros are tied at 0 apiece as we're heading to the top of the third inning. Atlanta had a threat going as Darnode was able to reach second on a double that he cranked off the wall. They then intentionally walked Dansby Swanson, and Dansby Swanson went down to first with runners on first and second, but 2 away. The pitcher spot came up, and Ian Anderson went down on strikes. So that takes us, and get you caught up to speed, that takes us to the top of the third inning as Atlanta will be facing in this inning Maldonado, Garcia, and Jose Altuve. And we're getting set for the first pitch from Anderson, and it's a fastball at the knees to Maldonado. It's 0-1. Good fastball location there by Anderson. As Maldonado on the season, here's a 0-1 pitch, change up in the dirt, and it's 1-1. Maldonado just a 172 hitter on the 2021 season. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is looked like a changeup that went high, but it banged off of Maldonado's bat as he gave an excuse me check swing. It's 1-2. Maldonado's 1 for 6 in the World Series with an RBI and a run, 086 in this postseason. He's there for his defense. Anything he can give to them offensively is looked upon as a bonus. Here's a fastball bang to the left-hand side. Riley's got it. He'll fire it over to first and get the slow-footed Maldonado by plenty, and there's one away. Maldonado runs slow for a catcher. Imagine any movie with the 1970s quicksand in it, and that looks like Maldonado trying to get up the first base line. So that'll bring Garcia, the pitcher, up. Of course, none of the Houston pitchers have batted much, so you don't have a lot to go off of. Here's the first pitch to Garcia, and he swings and hits it to Ozzie. Ozzie chucks it down to first, and quickly there are 2 away on 3 pitches in the third. So you got to like that. we can retire the side here pretty quickly and give Anderson a quick inning. That would go a long way. You'd love to see a long night by Anderson. You'd love to see him go. He's done it a few times this year, just not in the postseason, but he's gone 7 innings. He went 8 against Arizona, but it just hasn't been regular for Anderson. Typically, by the 4th or 5th inning, it's not that he's run out of gas because of the innings. He's ran out of gas because he'll be up around 100 pitches. So if he's in the zone tonight and gives us one of his great outings, he's going to be a tough customer. Here's a fastball at the knees to Altuve. He'll take it for the first strike, and it's 0-1. Braves nothing, Astros nothing. Just getting going in this one, and it is a curveball delivered to Altuve. It's in the dirt, and it's 1-1. In the bottom of the third, bottom of the third, the Braves have the top of the order due up. Here's a change up and dropped out of the zone, swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Altuve from Anderson. Darnold sets up outside, fastball high and out of the zone. It's 2-2. If you're just joining us and you might have missed the news, here's the 2-2 pitch, and there's a fastball at the knees. They're going to call that a ball. On most batters, I would say that was a ball, but on Altuve, who was rather short, that looked like a strike, and he bent with the pitch. That ball clipped his knees easily. How in the world Blue missed that call, I don't know, because it was right across the plate. So that definitely wasn't the situation. The only thing he could have called it is low. Here's a 3-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Strike 3, yak him, sit him down, and the Braves will grab the bats. We head to the bottom of the third.
I was going to Columbia, for Christ's sakes. Wants to be some kind of a professional woman like you.
A psychiatrist?
And I have to listen to guys like me whine all day.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Here's payoff pitch and swung on and missed. Strike 3. Yak 'em. We're 1 out away, Braves country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over to first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the chop through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the 2021 World Series. Oh, baby. We have not been into the World Series in 22 years. But come Tuesday night in Houston, we'll have first pitch for the Atlanta Braves. In Braves Country Baseball, I'm Mac McGee. Go dance in the streets, baby. Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves Baseball. The Braves and Astros are tied, heading to the bottom of the third. In Houston, gave Ian Anderson a pretty quick inning. So you got to like that as the Braves are heading to the bottom of their third, and they've already gone through the batting order once. We're going to get the leadoff hitter, Eddie Rosario, coming to the plate. And of course, the more you can do that and the more the pitches they can see, more at bats that they can have on a guy, can only work out in your favor usually. So here we go. Atlanta nothing, Astros nothing, just one hit so far. It was a Darno double off the wall. Truist Park is absolutely packed. As Eddie Rosario grabs a bat and heads to the plate. The Battery is packed. Atlanta is hopping this weekend. Here comes the dance and the delivery by Garcia, and it is a curveball at the knees. Good pitch, and it's 0-1. Rosario hitting .417 in the postseason, 3 home runs and 11 RBIs. Can he keep the hot stick going? Due up this inning, Rosario, Freddie, and Ozzie. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a changeup in the dirt, and it's 1-1. If you did miss the news earlier today and in the broadcast, Bob Melvin has taken the managing position. He'll be the new skipper for the San Diego Padres. Here's the 1-1 pitch fastball, 96 miles an hour, fouled back and out of play. It's 1-2. Melvin will leave the Oakland A's, who granted him permission to look for work elsewhere. He'd been the skipper of the A's for about a decade. Most were surprised he was given that permission. Here's the 1-2 pitch fastball, and it is outside, taken for a ball. It's 2-2. Two pitch to Rosario. So he digs in from the left-hand side. It's a fastball way high and out the zone. It's now 3-2. Freddie Freeman stands on deck. Love to get the Braves going something right now. As the Braves dig in on a 3-2 pitch from Garcia, and it's a fastball outside. That's ball 4. And this time they won't ring up Rosario and say that he went. I think if they would have, Rosario would have exploded. Maldonado asked for a check down the line. If you recall, the first at bat, they said that Rosario went, and he did not. The second at bat here with 2 strikes, it was a 3-2 count in the first bat too. He did not go. And so this time he gets the benefit of the doubt, and he'll head down to first, a leadoff walk with Freddie Freeman stepping in to the batter's box. The Astros have a shift on, and here's the first pitch to Freddie. He was a first pitch swinger, and he's doing it again. 95 mile an hour fastball fouled back out of play, and it's 0-1. Freddie Freeman's trying to ambush Garcia. Second time up that he swung on the first pitch. Both were fastballs high and outside. And he went chasing. They're setting up outside again. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a curveball. They're going to say that was low, and he did not go around. It's 1-1. That pitch just dropped off the zone. It was over the plate, but it was a little low. If you're not going to call it for Altuve, you sure can't call it on Freddie. So here's the 1-1 pitch. And rocks and fires, and it's a fastball high and outside the zone. It's 2-1. You'd love to see Garcia get his pitch count up. He's at 46 pitches already with one on and nobody out in the bottom of the third. Freddie digs in. Here's a 2-1 pitch, swung on and ripped into center field. It's going to go all the way. Rosario is going to slam on the brakes, and rightfully so. It looked like he was going to try to make a run at it, but rightfully so, he slammed on the brakes, and there'll be runners on first and second, nobody out. You don't want to be the first out at third, excuse me. The only thing that's a shocker there is it washed it and send him. As we know, Wash is not scared to send anybody. Freddie Freeman stepped into that pitch, and I think that's what he was looking for the first two swings of the night, looking for something to just send back up the middle. And the Braves got runners on first and second, nobody out. And that will bring to the plate Ozzie Albies. Ozzie Albies batting from the left-hand side. We know he doesn't have the pop that he does from the right-hand side, but he can lift it. And you don't even need a home run here. What you need is a base hit. A solid single would definitely score Rosario. Just a quick reminder once again, the Astros are playing with the defense they don't normally play with. Tucker is in center field. He normally plays right. Brantley's in right. He normally plays left. And Alvarez is in left. He's normally on the pine designated hitting. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie, and it swung on and ripped foul down the first base line, and it's 0-1. So if you can put pressure on that outfield defense and get relays going, get base runners running, that would be the way to beat this Houston team tonight, is they went for the bats. Depending on how that plays out tonight, they may do it again tomorrow, or they may change their entire script. Remains to be seen. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Albies, and it is a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-1. Nice take by Ozzie. Eddie thought about going, but he stayed at second. So still runners on first and second. Nobody out. Garcia will be delivering his 50th pitch of the evening. Hard throwing righty who struggles from time to time, but does have nasty stuff. So you'd like to take advantage of here because you don't know if he settles down what he's capable of. Braves fans are on their feet. Place is going bananas. A base hit and the whole city of Atlanta, the whole Southeast will erupt. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Ozzie Albies. Open stance from the left side, and it is swung on and pulled down the right field line. Just foul. We'll do it again at 1-2. Gurriel, a Gold Glove first base caliber first baseman, not the area you want to keep hitting to. You'd like to put the ball in the air to see if you can make some of these guys, especially Alvarez, who doesn't play defense hardly ever. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Albies. They're setting it up high. Swung on 96 miles an hour, fouled back. We'll do it again at 1-2. Austin Riley looms on deck with Jorge Soler in the hole. Dusty Baker made a comment earlier before the game. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on, fastball hit down the line. Out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. He made a comment earlier in the day saying that there's a good chance you could see Zach Greinke coming in to pinch hit for some of these pitchers. And I think a lot of the broadcaster, national broadcasters, thought he was referring to getting a base hit. Greinke has been known in his career when he played in the National League, he's a very good bunter, and I think that's where he was going with it. They just didn't do a follow-up question with it. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Ozzie, and it's a curveball in the dirt. Nice hold up by Ozzie. You can tell by his body language he wanted to swing, and it's 2-2. You can get these bases loaded. You might be able to take away that nasty curveball by Garcia because it's gotten away, not quite far enough away from Maldonado, but you wonder how much confidence he would have in throwing that pitch if there was a runner, especially a fast runner like Rosario standing on third. So we'll do it again at 2-2, the 54th pitch of the evening by Garcia. Trying to get anything going here. Ozzie sets up 2-2 pitch, and it is swung on. Strike three. Changeup dropped right out of the zone. Good pitch by Garcia, and there's one away. Just a nasty changeup, and it fell out of the zone just as Ozzie was coming over it. One of those pitches where you almost have to just tip your cap to the pitcher and move on. It's a pretty good at bat by Ozzie, no matter how you look at it. So Austin Riley comes to the plate. Failed to get the runner over, so you hate that, but he did take up quite a few pitches. Garcia's going to spin around in an attempt to draw Rosario back to second, but no one's covering second. So we'll get it started back up again on the first pitch to Austin Riley. Runners on first and second. Rosario stands on second. Freddie Freeman on first. Austin Riley digging in. And the first pitch is swung on, that same nasty changeup over the top, and it's 0-1. That is a nasty pitch that Garcia has. I think the delivery of that pitch looks just like his fastball, so it's hard for them to lay off of that. So here's the 0-1 pitch to Riley. Can he get anything going? A bleeder, anything to get the Braves the lead. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Riley, and it is swung on and ripped down the third base line. That's going to send Rosario down from third to home. Freddie's on his horse. He gets to third. You got a double down the third base line. Your Atlanta Braves lead it 1-0, baby. Do the chop. Nice piece of hitting by Riley. It looked like it was that same changeup pitch, but it hung up this time, and he was able to rip it down the third base line just past the diving glove of Bregman. And you knew they were going to send Rosario. They thought about challenging Alvarez's arm with Freddie, but that just would have been nuts. So that doesn't mean that Rossburg wouldn't do it, but Jorge Soler digs in now with runners on second and third, one away. Braves lead it 1-0. Here's the first pitch to Soler, and it's another changeup in the dirt. Good job by Soler holding off of it, and it's 1-0. The Astros are playing a full-blown shift, so anything to the right-hand side would probably score Freeman, even if it was a ground out. They are playing back. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball inside to Soler, and it's 2-0. Love to see the fan interaction on the line. Lamar and Bomber, Cameron, We see you. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Soler. And swung on. Just missed it. It's 2-1. Soler, I'm sure, is trying to lift something, but anything to the right-hand side should score Freddie, who is a good base runner. May not be the fastest, but he is a good base runner, and they are playing back. Anything deep in the hole is going to score a run. Astros trying to prevent the Braves from having a big inning. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a curveball in the dirt. Gets away from Maldonado, but not far enough. We'll do it again at 3-1. Standing on deck for the Atlanta Braves is Adam Duvall. Braves country standing. Everybody on their feet in Braves country. Garcia got a new ball, so stepped off the mound for a minute. Don't mean to confuse you, but Garcia's warming up in the bullpen. Yimi Garcia warming up for Luis Garcia. So here's the 3-1 pitch to Soler. He rocks and fires, and it is a wow. They're going to call that a strike. It was a changeup that fell out of the zone, and Soler's being polite about it. But I think he just told Blue as he walked around behind him, what are you, nuts? That ball came that ball was was lower than the pitch that they called to Altuve being a ball. And Altuve's a foot shorter than Soler. So here's your full count, 3-2 from Garcia. And swung on. No, he did not go. And that'll load the bases. Another changeup in the dirt, as Garcia wanted no business of challenging Jorge Soler, and he'll take his chances with Garcia. With Duvall, excuse me. So Luis Garcia, 62 pitches into the night, 1 out in the 3rd inning. The pitching coach is coming out to talk to him. While that is going on, Yimi Garcia, the reliever, is warming up in the pen. So they're trying to buy some time, and we've seen this before with Dusty Baker. We talked about this on our Friday morning show, that really think something needs to be done about Major League Baseball. I don't think that's what's going on in this case, but several times already in the series, you've seen Dusty Baker send the catcher out to talk to the pitcher. Then after he's been out there for a little bit, he goes out. And then after he's been out there for a little bit, Blue comes up to the mound, and then they make the change. And our stance on that this morning was that should be considered 2 visits to the mound. So remember, there is that rule in Major League Baseball now where you can only have a total of 6 visits to the mound. That is now number 2 for Houston. So here we go. Adam Duvall coming to the plate. The bases are loaded. There's 1 away. A fly ball should score Freddie. Here's the first pitch, and it is a fastball swung on, fouled back out of play, and it's 0-1. Braves 1, Houston nothing. If you're just joining us, the Atlanta Braves just scored on a RBI double by Riley. Rosario came in. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is swung on, fouled back 95 miles an hour. Garcia quickly ahead, 0-2. So you know that hook is coming. If Yimi Garcia sounds familiar, he was a reliever for the Marlins, so in the Braves division last year and till the middle of this year. Yimi Garcia is loosening in the Houston Penn. So we got an 0-2 count to Duvall. Garcia rocks back and fires. Here's the delivery, and it is swung on, popped up a can of corn, and it's going to stay in play. It's going to be an easy out, and there's 2 away. Just what we thought was coming. Get that 2-strike lead, and he went straight to that changeup. Duvall was trying to get to it, but he got underneath it, got out in front. So now Travis d'Arnaud comes up, bases loaded, 2 away. We have gotten the lead, but you'd like to get a little more in this instance. You'd love to at least get 1 more, give Ian Anderson some breathing room. Garcia will be delivering the 66th pitch of the evening. And the bases are juiced. You've got Soler at first, Riley on second, and Freddie Freeman standing at third. So with all those ducks on the pond, Travis d'Arnaud digs in for the first pitch, and it is a slider off the plate. Nice pitch by Garcia, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Garcia, whatever the pitching coach came out to tell him, looks like it might have worked because he seems like he's settled down a little bit. d'Arnaud would love to just poke one into the outfield and get at least Freddie home. Riley, not the fastest of runners, but you are dealing with an outfield that is playing. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a slider in the dirt, held up by d'Arnaud, and it's 1-1. You're playing with an outfield where they're not putting their best foot forward defensively. They put in the bats as opposed to the gloves. They're typical center fielders. Both of them are sitting on the bench in favor of the bats of Tucker, Alvarez. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's in the dirt. Nice take by d'Arnaud, and it's 2-1. Tucker, Brantley are normally in the outfield, but normally not playing the positions they're in. So everybody's in a different position. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Garcia to d'Arnaud. Freddie's got a good little lead off of third. Anything that gets away from Maldonado could score him. Bregman is not holding him on third. So here comes the 2-1 pitch. And fired on the delivery. Swung on, fastball, hit down the line, but foul, and it's 2-2. d'Arnaud just missed that. I think he had the timing right, but just got underneath it. Hammered it out of play. The 70th pitch coming from Garcia. Not a person sitting in the park. Here's the 2-2 pitch with 2 away, bases loaded, and the delivery, and it is a slider off the plate. They're going to say d'Arnaud went around, and that's going to end the inning, but not before the Atlanta Braves score a run and take the lead 1-0. We'll be back in a flash with Braves baseball.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 1-0 and would have liked to have gotten a little more, but they do have the lead. And I guess that's the important thing as we head to the top of the 4th. Atlanta bases loaded opportunity, but was unable to take advantage of it. It's going to be Michael Brantley, Bregman, and Alvarez due up in this inning. So lefty, righty, lefty to face the right-handed Ian Anderson. And here's the first pitch from Ian Anderson. And it's a curveball at the knees, and it's 0-1. Braves lead at 1-0. Give a good hello to Jim Barnett. Here's a curveball swung on and fouled back out of play. And it's 0-2. Welcome to Braves country, Jim. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Anderson. So he steps off the mound for a second, warming his hands. It looks like it's a little cool in Atlanta. You do see a little bit of the player's breath in the air. So it's supposed to be into the 50s tonight. Could drop as low as the high 40s. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. Called a ball, and it's 1-2. Looked like a pretty close pitch, but I do believe it was off the plate. And 1-2 pitch from Anderson is in the dirt, and it's 2-2. Anderson at 45 pitches on the night. And we get the delivery from Anderson, and it is in the dirt again, and it's 3-2. Not how you want to see this inning start. Would like to get a quick shutdown inning. Make Dusty make a decision on Garcia. Here's the 3-2 pitch, swung on, missed. Strike 3, changeup, fell out of the zone right below the knees. Brantley does not look happy. And it's 1 away to start the top of the 4th. Showing that pitch chart where that's one of the things that's always made Anderson pretty tough to hit. His release point for all his pitches, his 3 main pitches, is the same. The only thing that he gets in trouble is when he's not placing that off-speed pitch and builds his pitches. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a changeup inside on the hands, kisses the black, and it's 1-1. Bregman, first plate appearance, walked in the first inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Bregman. It's a fastball inside, missed for 2-1. Braves 1, Houston 0. Top of the fourth inning. And here's the 2-1 delivery. And it is a fastball high. Missed for a ball. It's 3-1. Three-one count from Anderson to Bregman. Looming on deck is Yordan Alvarez. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and there's a fastball swung on, fouled back. We'll do it again at a full count. It's 3-2. Series is tied 1 apiece. Braves lead it 1-0, top of the fourth inning in Atlanta. The Braves crowd is on their feet. Here's a 3-2 pitch swung on and popped up high and shallow into center field. Adam Duvall's underneath it, and there's 2 away. That's going to bring the heavy bat of Yordan Alvarez to the plate. Alvarez, 24-year-old left-handed slugging designated hitter that's playing left field tonight. He batted .277 on the year with 33 bombs and 144 RBIs. Just as impressive, an .877 OPS. For people who are not familiar with OPS, here's a changeup, and it's in the dirt. It's 1-0. You're on base plus slugging percentage. Anything over 800 is considered very good. When you get close to 9 like Alvarez, here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball high for a strike on the outside part of the plate. It's 1-1. 900, we're talking about elite batters. And anything in the thousands, well, that guy's just on a hitting streak. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a fastball off the plate, and it's 2-1. I'd say this is the one batter they want to make sure doesn't beat them, doesn't take them deep. It's Alvarez, along with a lot of the batters in their lineup, but he's probably the most dangerous along with Tucker. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's a curveball in the dirt, missing for a ball, and it's 3-1. On deck, it's Carlos Correa. He's no stranger to the big moment in October. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it is a changeup in the dirt for a ball. That'll walk Alvarez to first with 2 away, sending the go-ahead run to the plate of Carlos Correa. Carlos Correa 0 for 1 with the fly out in the second. He popped down the right field line. And here's the first pitch to Correa. And the delivery, fastball inside, missed for a ball high, and it's 1-0. Anderson now will be delivering his 60th pitch of the evening. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Anderson. And he's fired down low, and it's now 2-0. Ian not being able to find the strike zone right now. So you'll have a 2-0 count to Carlos Correa. On deck, is Kyle Tucker. Darnode makes his way out to the mound to talk to Ian Anderson, trying to calm him down a little bit. Swanson comes out there to talk to him as well, more listening in at that point. We'll do this again tomorrow night, same time, same channel. 8:09 Eastern is your first pitch. Carlos Correa gets ready for a 2-0 pitch. And it's a fastball at the knees, taken for a strike. It's 2-1. Alvarez not the fleetest of foot on at first. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Correa, and it is a changeup missed again, and it's 3-1. Anderson routinely trying to get folks to chase that changeup. He doesn't seem to have quite the success when he's behind in the count for good reason. So now he's worked himself into a 3-1 count with the runner on first. There's 2 away. The dangerous bat of Kyle Tucker's on deck. Here's a 3-1 pitch, and it's rocked on and fired fastball at the letters, taken for a strike, and it's 3-2. So now you'll get a full count, and Alvarez will be going on the pitch. So you'll speed up the runner at second, at the runner at first now. Anything in the gap would probably score him. Here's the full count, and it is a fastball, and it hits Correa. Alvarez didn't realize it, and he was trucking around, but it is a dead ball. So you're going to get runners on first and second, 2 away. Fastball drifted inside and looked like it bounced off his belt originally, which is why it ricocheted so far away. So now Anderson's worked himself into a mess here. Runners on first and second. 2 away. But the dangerous bat of Kyle Tucker hitting .292 in this postseason with 4 home runs, 15 RBIs. Dangerous spot here in the top of the 4th. The inning that has bit Anderson so many times. Fastball just off the plate, but called for a strike. Tucker doesn't like it. It's 0-1. Good job of framing by Darnode. I think Blue gave him the benefit of the doubt. That did look a little outside. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And it is a fastball off the plate. This time called a ball. It's 1-1. College football tonight. Navy is tied with Tulsa late in the 3rd quarter, 10-10. One the count. Runners on first and second, 2 away. Braves lead at 1-0. Here's a 1-1 pitch swung on and dribbled over to the mound towards Ian Anderson. He's got it. He'll fire it down to first, and we're out of the inning. Good defensive play by Anderson and an excuse me swinging bunt that gets the Braves out of the 4th. We head to the bottom of the 4th, and we'll grab the bats. Atlanta 1, Houston 0. You're listening to Braves baseball.
Hi, I'm going to be your waitress because my mother drank.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Must be sitting on the slider. The Braves standing room only now. Matzik trying to deliver in the biggest moment of his career so far. Runners on second and third, 2 away. The Braves lead by 2. Fastball swung on and missed. Sit down, baby. Matzik comes in and absolutely yaks the whole side. Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. You're listening to Braves Country. I'm Mac McGee, and we've got a one-run game, game 3. Huge pivotal game in this series. Atlanta leads at 1-0. They just stopped a threat by the Astros. The Braves had their own threat going in the bottom of the third, only got 1 run. They did have the bases loaded with 1 away. So they would have liked to have gotten more, but the good news is they've got the lead, and that's what you're looking for. As we grab the bats here in the bottom of the 4th, you're looking at Swanson, Anderson, and Rosario. It'll be interesting to see if they let Anderson go another inning. I would think they would, because they're trying to save that bullpen. And I don't think they want to send Anderson back out or take Anderson out again in the 4th inning. You'd be asking that bullpen to get 5 innings, 15 outs. That's asking a lot, especially with just a 1-run lead right now. So Atlanta will try to get Swanson on and then maybe bunt him over. Either way, I do expect Anderson to come to the plate. Here's the first pitch by Luis Garcia. He stays in the game, and it's popped up, and it is an easy out behind the plate. Swanson did Garcia a favor swinging off the plate, and it's 1 away in the bottom of the 4th. Garcia is already at 71 pitches. You would have liked to have seen Swanson take a pitch or two there, but that'll send Ian Anderson to the plate. If you've never seen Garcia throw before, it literally looks like he's rocking a baby on the mound before he throws, and he does this dance step. A lot of moving parts. Here's first pitch by Garcia, and it is a swung on and line drive to first base. 2 pitches, 2 outs, and Ian Anderson helping out Garcia as well. There's 2 away. And they're going to pull Garcia, it looks like, for the lefty. Dusty Baker's coming out of the dugout, and it looks like that'll do it. So we'll take that break with them. We'll be back here in a minute as Garcia is getting pulled. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Baseball. You're listening to Braves Country.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit so.
Pop stars with auto-tune.
Yeah.
And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry.
Okay, welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball as we're making a pitching change, and it's going to bring Blake Taylor to the mound. Regular season 3.16 ERA for the lefty. He's has thrown 2 2/3 innings here in the postseason. First pitch is a fastball on the outer part of the plate, called for a strike at the knees to Rosario, and it's 0-1. Taylor being brought in to face Freddie Freeman and Rosario, as Rosario and Freeman are next. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Rosario, and it is lifted down the line, but foul. He did give that a ride, just curve foul of the left field foul pole. We'll do it again at 0-2. There's 2 away here in the inning. Freddie's on deck. If Rosario cannot get on, you would think Taylor would probably lead off the 5th inning to face Freddie, and then they would go to the pen again. So here we go. 0-2 pitch to Rosario, and he gets one up high, slaps it into left field, and it's down for a single. Good piece of hitting by Rosario. The lefty tried to just lay a fastball on the outer part of the zone outside the plate. Rosario went right with it, took him what they gave him, and hit him where they ain't. And the Braves got 1 on, 2 away, and Freddie Freeman coming to the box. Rosario essentially was late on the swing, but it worked out because he was going with it, stepped into it, did not try to pull it. We'll see if he might be on the move here. Here's the first pitch, and it is a slider right across the plate at the belt, and it's 0-1 to Freddie Freeman. Freddie's been a first pitch swinger the first 2 times through, but he decided to let that one go. Freddie asks for time, steps out of the box. Blue gives it to him. We'll do it again. Here's the 0-1 count to Freddie from Taylor. Taylor, big lefty, fires and delivers. It's a fastball at the knees, and Freddie's quickly down 0-2. Taylor typically throws a fastball, slider, and curveball. Pretty typical of lefty specialists out of the pen. If Freddie can find a way to get on Ozzie Albies, the switch hitting second baseman's on deck. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Freddie. It's a slider in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Ozzie would love to be able to face Taylor. Taylor splits against righties are not as good as against lefties. And Ozzie has a lot of power from the right-hand side of the plate. So this is a big at bat for Freddie to find any way on. Bottom of the fourth here. Braves lead at 1-0 in game 3. Here's the slider fouled to the right side towards the Braves dugout. Past first base, and we'll do it again at 1-2. Anything into the gap would score Rosario. A good base runner. And the Astros have basically a beer league outfield out there as they're trying to get runs and not playing for defense right now. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Freddie. Swung on and missed strike 3. Fastball just snuck by him, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the top of the 5th. The Braves lead by 1. It's 1-0 Hotlanta. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
Cool. Wizard versus nerd.
I'll strike you down with my spell. No, science is the answer. Me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. Take me out to the ball game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out to the ball game. ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterbacks.
And backpedaling Lawrence flips it open, wide open. Justin Ross off and running. The Alabama native wins the foot race. And Clemson strengthens its grip on this championship game.
Wow, gut punch by Clemson right there.
Akers breaks free. Cam Akers in the clear. Foot race. Oh, they finally shut it down. The electric play the nose needed.
He wants another deep shot. Drops it in.
The pitch is to Cersei. Cersei launches into the end zone. And the Yellow Jackets score again.
Armchair Quarterback Radio is ACC country. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. First pitch from Anderson is a strike at the knees to Gurriel, and it's 0-1. Gurriel 0 for 1 on the night. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a changeup in the dirt, and it's now 1-1. Atlanta leads at 1-0. And here's a fastball hit high and deep into right field. And it's an out. One away in the Braves. In the Houston 6th inning. Not going to say what they're putting on the screen, but you can see the box score on the feed and do the math yourself. Ian Anderson back out there is for the 5th inning. Here's the pitch, and it is missed high, and it's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is in the dirt. Changeup, and it's 2-0. Pitch, and it swung on and ripped over to shortstop area. Ozzy's playing over there in the shift, and he catches it on a line, and there's 2 away in the Houston 5th. Anderson now at 73 pitches on the night. And here's the first pitch to Gonzalez as he grabs a bat to pinch hit for the pitcher, and he does go around, curveball in the dirt, and it's 0-1. There is starting a little bit of rain to come in, but it's more of a mist. It's a very light rain, probably making it difficult to grip the ball and difficult to see the ball. Blue calls time behind the plate, and we'll see what this is about. I was looking at the radar earlier. It didn't look like anything was coming in. So this might just be a very light mist that's coming over the field. It's the Atlanta faithful. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again. This time 0-2, Marwin Gonzalez, who's been on and off the Houston roster for years. Kind of a utility player, can play all positions. It's a good pinch hitter, too. A little surprising they're burning him this early in the game, but here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a fastball right at the knees, called strike 3. Gonzalez doesn't like it, but he'll have a seat, and the Braves go grab the bats. We're heading to the bottom of 5. It's 1-0 Atlanta.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz, touchdown, Florida State. Preston scores the touchdown, and now it's Bowden's decision, and he sends Mallory onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mallory. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie. A deep throw by Lawrence, a lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council. Sit shot.
It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 1-0 as they'll grab the bats. And due up in this inning with Yimi Garcia coming in from the pen. It's going to be Ozzie Albies, Riley, and Soler. Now, Garcia's a right-handed pitcher, so they'll turn Ozzie around and make him bat left-handed again. Most teams don't want to see Ozzie batting right-handed. You wonder if there's going to be a situation in his career eventually where they just talk him into hitting right-handed. So much more dangerous on the right-hand side of the plate. Looks like Ian Anderson might be out of the game because they're giving him handshakes. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie Albies, and it's swung on, and it's hit softly over to the right-hand side, ground out. There's one away in the bottom of the fifth. So unless I'm reading that wrong, it's going to close the book on Ian Anderson. Wait to do confirmation of that to make sure that he's not coming back out, because I don't want to put a jinx on him. So that'll bring up Austin Riley to the plate as he'll face Yimi Garcia. Riley's 1 for 2 with an RBI double in the third, the only scoring of the evening so far. Here's the first pitch to Riley. It's a fastball at the knees from Garcia, and it's 0-1. The Braves trying to add to this. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Is swung on and it's rifled over to first, but good play by Gurriel. He's going to put that away for out number 2. It was a screamer to the right side of the infield on one hopper that Gurriel scooped up almost NHL goalie style. And there's 2 away quickly in the bottom of the 6th. Bottom of the 5th, excuse me. Bottom of the 5th, 2 away, and the pitch to Soler is a strike 95 miles an hour on the black, and it's 0-1. Gurriel, nasty right-hander, throwing nothing but bullets and bees at the knees so far. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a slider in the dirt. Gets away from Maldonado. It's 1-1. Here's the 1-1 delivery from Garcia to Soler, and it is a fastball inside. Maldonado wanted it. Blue didn't give it to him, and it's 2-1. Garcia throws that nasty fastball mid-90s at the knees. He also has a sinker, a cutter. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's inside 94 miles an hour. Looked like the 2-seamer that got away, and it's 3-1. Soler can get a hold of one. The power is provided by Garcia's speed. So here's your 0-1 or your 3-1 pitch, and it is a slider off the plate. Ball 4. Good eye by Soler, and he'll head to first with 2 away. It looks like Minter is warming up in the Braves bullpen and will be coming in the next inning. Braves 1, Houston nothing. Bottom 5. Adam Duvall steps up. He's 0 for 2, hitting just 200 in the postseason, but does have 2 home runs and 6 RBIs. So here's the 0. He's 0 for 2, and here's the first pitch to Duvall, and it is that two-seamer once again that missed off the plate, and it's 1-0. That pitch has a lot of movement, sinker type movement, just missing off the plate. It's got to be frustrating Garcia because those pitches are close. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it swung on and missed. That did look like the sinker that time, and it's 1-1. Ball was just inside. Was probably a strike. May have been off the plate a tad. Duvall was trying to do damage. And it does look like that Ian Anderson is going to be sat down for the evening. So he's got a sweatshirt on and he's leaning over the rails. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And it is a fastball on the outside part of the plate, called for a strike high, and it's 1-2. One-two count. The Braves have yet to put the outfielders of Houston on their heels and force them to play defense. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a fastball high and outside the zone. Good take by Duvall, and it's 2-2. We were hoping to see that Houston defense have to really sweat out some balls, hit in the gap or down the line, but there really hasn't been a lot of action. Good pitching by Houston, all in all, just giving up 1 run. They have had a couple of threats thrown their way. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Duvall, and it's a fastball hit up the middle, and it'll be played by Altuve. He's going to throw a rainbow shot over to first. That ball had no chance of making it, and there'll be runners on first and second. No, 2 away, runners on first and second, 2 on. There was no way that ball was going to get it out. I don't even know why Altuve tried to throw it. That could have been a disaster if he launched it into the camera well. But no harm, no foul. It'll be an infield single for Duvall. And the Braves send Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. 1 for 2 with a double in the second. Here's the first pitch to d'Arnaud. It's a fastball down the pipe, 0-1. Tad bit of the inside part of the plate. Here's the 0-1 pitch to d'Arnaud. And it swung on, foul to the left-hand side well before third base, and we'll do it again. This time it's 0-2 now to Travis d'Arnaud. d'Arnaud trying to find any way to get the ball into play. A single would most likely score the runner. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is swung on and cued down the right field line, foul, and we'll do it again at 0-2. Jorge Soler stands on second. Duvall on first. It's a decent speed. If Darno could get it in the gap, we might see them send Duval. We're a long way away from that. Here comes the 0-2 pitch from Yimi Garcia, and it is a sinker in the dirt outside, and it's 1-2. Good take by Darno. Garcia will be delivering the 18th pitch of the inning. Braves lead it by just 1. Runners on first and second, 2 away, 2 outs. And it looks like the Atlanta bullpen will go into action next inning. Minter was up, so that would build the bridge of Minter to Jackson, to Matzik, to Smith. That's a long road to go. We're far away from that in a bullpen game tomorrow. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a sinker inside, missed off the plate, and it's now 2-2. So deuces are wild. You got 2 outs, 2 on, a 2-2 pitch to Darno, who's 1 for 2. And here's the pitch. Swung on and hit to the right-hand side. Gurriel's got it. He'll step on the pillow, and that'll end the inning. The Braves get a threat going, but failed to convert. So we'll head to the top of the 6th. The Braves lead it 1-0.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by the best things in life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z?
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it just 1-0. And now that it appears that he's out of the game, we can talk about it. Ian Anderson pitched 5 hitless, scoreless innings. We all know you're not supposed to bring that up. So that's why I wasn't mentioning, because I didn't want to jinx it. But now that he's out, we'll see if the pen can hold. Jose Altuve is coming to the plate. It's a little strange that they're bringing Minter in to the top of the order facing Altuve. Lefty versus righty matchup. We know how dangerous Altuve is. But Anderson might have told Snicker that he was out of gas. Who knows? So here's First pitch from Minter, top of the 6th inning, and he fires a fastball inside, misses off the plate, and it's 1-0. Ian Anderson on the night. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball low and inside the zone, and it's now 2-0. Ian Anderson did walk a few, but he was nowhere near 100 pitches. So you got to wonder what's going on for them to pull him out. He didn't appear to be injured. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Minter, and it is a slider across, a get-me-over slider, called for a strike, and it's 2-1. Sure, the Astros are happy to face anyone but Ian Anderson. Minter sets up, and the 2-1 pitch is a slider at the knees on the outside part of the plate, called for a strike, and it's 2-2. One question everyone has had about Minter, and obviously Snicker and company are not going to reveal their hand, but with the next 2 games, games 4 and game 5 being a bullpen game, the question would be if Minter would be an opener in one of those games. Here's the 2-2 pitch for Minter, swung on, slider, banged foul over to the Astros dugout on the third base side. We'll do it again at 2-2. The question is whether or not Minter would be an opener like he did last year in the NLCS, where he went 3 innings. He felt like he could have went longer. He went 2 1/3 earlier in this series. Here's the 2-2 pitch, slider, swung on and missed, whiffed, and there's 1 away. Nice piece of pitching by Minter. So most thought that Ian Anderson would be asked to go 6, maybe even 7 innings to save Minter, to save anyone they could. They have not announced a starter yet for tomorrow's game, the opener. I would say there's a very good chance it will either be, here's the first pitch to Brantley as he digs in. Fastball on the outside part of the plate at the knees. Nice pitch to Brantley, and it's 0-1. Brantley's arguing, but that was right there. That was one of those pitches that on a 0-0 count, you just let it go by for a strike and live to fight another pitch. So here's the 0-1 pitch to Brantley, and it is swung on and missed. Strike 2, 97 miles an hour, right by the barn door. We'll do it again here. It'll be 0-2 will be the count. The Braves nor the Astros have announced a starter for tomorrow or Sunday. It's believed that Framber Valdez will pitch Sunday for Houston, and it'll be bullpen games for the other 3 slots. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's a fastball, 97 miles an hour off the plate outside, and it's 1-2. Tucker Davidson could be an option. Jesse Chavez could be an option. And Minter, those are the most likely options that the Braves would go for an opener. Drew Smiley, of course, was in the Atlanta rotation, but he has not pitched well at all this fall. And then you also have Kyle Wright. So the Braves have some options. Just really depends on how they want to attack it. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and ripped over to first, and easy ground ball to Freddie. And there's 2 away in the 6th inning for the Astros. So the Braves trying to hold on to this 1-0 lead. Bregman comes to the plate. Alvarez is on deck. You would tend to think no matter what happens here, here's the first pitch, and it is a fastball inside. Might have been the cutter, and it swung on a miss. It's 0-1. You would think Minter would bare minimum face Alvarez, the big lefty. I don't think you want to put Luke Jackson out against Alvarez. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Bregman, and it is a fastball in the dirt, hits Bregman in the ankle, and he'll go down to first. Looks to be okay, I believe. They'll go out and check on him real quick. Last thing Minter wanted to do was put him on first, so obviously not a intentional throw at Bregman. Bregman now standing up is writhing over in pain. See, the ball came in and it hit him flush right on the ankle. He does have a guard there, but where the ball hit him, the guard is not there. So I don't know if that hit him on the ankle bone. It hit him right in the ankle / heel area, and he went down. It moved the guard, but I don't think it hit much of the guard. So we'll see if he's okay. He is okay. He's heading down to first, and he just jogged down to first. It looks like he's all right. Of course, we all thought Charlie Morton was all right after getting hit by that ball a few nights ago. And then it started to swell up like a cantaloupe. If you missed that news earlier today, Charlie Morton did have successful surgery on his leg, and they're hoping for him to be in the dugout by tomorrow. They thought he might make it today, but most likely it would be tomorrow to help root on these Braves. Bregman is leading off here. Yordan Alvarez hitting 400 in the postseason, 2 home runs. Did not want to put Bregman on with this guy at the plate. Here's the first pitch to Alvarez, and Minter's going to throw over to first to keep Bregman close. So we'll start it up again. Braves wearing those patches for 150 years of Atlanta Braves baseball. Oldest continuing baseball franchise in major leagues. Here's the first pitch to Alvarez, and that was a strike right on the pipe, and they called it a ball. Terrible call by Blue. There are some where you understand, but Tom Halling just absolutely blew that pitch. I mean, that thing is down the pipe. I don't know what he was doing. He dang sure wasn't watching the game. Here's the 0-1 pitch, or the 1-0 pitch to Alvarez, and it swung on rip foul down the right field line, and it's 1-1. What a terrible call. That's got to be bothering Minter, but you got to let it go. We've seen some bad umpiring in this World Series, and it really questions how they choose these umpires. And down the road, when they go to robot umpires, these umpires got nothing to complain about. They've brought it upon themselves. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Alvarez from Minter, and it swung on and missed. Cutter off the plate, and it's 1-2. You can see guys missing pitches just off the plate here and there, but when one is right in the middle quadrant of the strike zone, there's no excuse for that in the World Series in Major League Baseball. So here's the 1-2 pitch from Minter to Alvarez. Bregman on first. Braves lead by just 1. Here's the windup. Darnold sets up outside the delivery, and swung on, popped up high, Will it stay in play? Riley gives it chase and just going to go foul into the seats about 4 rows back. We'll do it again at 1-2. Braves lead at 1-0, clinging to that 1-0 lead. Trying to keep Alvarez off Bates and keep Bregman off home plate. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Alvarez in his swung on strike 3. Sit him down, yak him. And we'll head to the bottom of the inning. The Braves lead it 1-0. They'll grab the bats. We'll be back in a flash.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Follow us anytime on Twitter. Our handle is @CBS Sports Radio.
You've got the winning run on second base. You've got 3 very good outfielders ready to deploy their arms. A very good base runner in Dansby Swanson, one of the best closers to ever do it in the postseason on the hill. And Eddie Rosario, who is 3 for 4, he stands at the plate. And you can't pitch around him because Freddie Freeman, though he's been a little cold, stands on deck. So let's do it. Here's the first pitch from Jansen. He does that little shimmy on the mound, winds up, and the first pitch is swung on, and it is rifle neck up the middle. It's going to score. It's going to, Dansby Swanson's going to come around. It came off the glove. The Braves win. The Braves win. The Braves win.
Baseball has nearly all the qualities and the narrative that the country has. It's competitive. It's spirited. It's got the joshing, and it's got the intellectual side, the great students of it. But it's also got labor unions and management and gimmicks and promotion and venality and great public fools in baseball and great public heroes and self-serving people and generous people. And it has pride and unity of town and of country, and it'll do for a figure for the American system.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves are clinging to a 1-run lead. As we head to the bottom of 6, due up for Atlanta will be Dansby Swanson, Minter, the pitcher spot. So most likely you would have to think they're pinch hitting for him. And then after that, we'll flip the lineup over. Yimi Garcia is coming back out for the Astros. Atlanta got their lone run in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Had a chance to score much more. Atlanta 1 run, 5 hits, no errors. Houston 0s across the board. They have had base runners via the walk. Here's the first pitch from Garcia, and it is a sinker off the plate. It's 1-0. Braves would love to get some breathing room here. Most likely Luke Jackson's coming in for the 7th inning. Matzik in the 8th and Will Smith in the 9th. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Swanson, taken for a strike at the knees, and it's 1-1. Look like the sinker. He just get me over sinker to tie up the count. The left-hander Rayleigh is warming up in the pen. So you got to figure they've got him ready to face. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's at below the knees, and it's 2-1. Adrianza has grabbed a bat and is standing on deck. Rayleigh, you would think, is probably coming in to either face Adrianza and Rosario and Freddie if need be, or they may hold off. With Adrianza being a switch hitter, really depends on how Dusty feels about this. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a wide strike. Looked like it might have been, it was a sinker that had really more slider action, and it's 3-1 to Dansby Swanson. Love to see Dansby get on base here, get the inning going. So Atlanta has had traffic all over the bases, just hasn't come through. Here's the 1-0, the 3-1 pitch, and he swung at a pitch that should never been swung at. And he'll pop it up. It's a can of corn, easy out. There's one away in the bottom of the sixth. That pitch on a 3-1 pitch should never be swung at. It was a fastball that may have clipped the very top of the zone inside on the hands. Don't know what he was doing there. You could tell he was going to swing at that pitch no matter what. So Adrianza will come in and bat for Mentor. It looks like they will leave Garcia in to face Adrianza. Adrianza does have pop from the left-hand side of the plate, but they might be holding off. They want Rayleigh to be fresh to come in and face Rosario and then Freddie. The one question that you had when Snicker released his lineup with them not putting Peterson into the lineup was that with only having essentially two left-handed batters, you put them back to back. And the third left-handed batter-ish, the switch hitting Albies, he's right after that. So essentially all your left-handed bats from the plate, here's the first pitch to Adrianza, and it's a sinker in on the hands. He pulls it foul, and it's 0-1. You put the three left-handed bats in the lineup all in a row, and then you've got 5 righties. Now, obviously, they've got Jock Peterson over on the bench, but they're going to hold off on that next time around or when they need a big at bat. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Adrianza. Slider on the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-1. Braves lead at 1-0. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Adrianza. Couldn't hold off the high cheese, and he swung and fouled it back, and it's 1-2. AJ Minter has now struck out 39% of the batters he has faced in the postseason. 16 of the 41. Wow. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Adrianza, and it swung on and rolled over to second. Going to be an easy out for Altuve, and there's 2 away as he fires over to first. Dusty Baker's coming out of the dugout, and I think we're going to get a change. So we'll take that break with them. We'll be back in a flash. The Braves lead at 1-0. Rosario and Freddie are due up. They're bringing the lefty Rayleigh out of the pen.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit sold.
Pop stars with auto-tune. And dentists with asking questions.
So, how did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years.
We're back here at Braves baseball, and Brooks Raley fires the first pitch for a ball. It's 1-0 to Rosario. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a slider off the plate. It's 2-0 to Rosario. 2 away. The Braves lead by 1. Bottom of the 6th. Freddie Freeman's on deck. Eddie Rosario's at the plate. .429 batting average in this postseason. He has a walk, a single, and a run tonight. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Rosario, and it's swung on just outside the zone, fouled back, slider, and it's 2-1. Raley, we've seen him already this series. He loves to throw that slider on the outside part of the plate to the lefties, especially when he gets ahead. Here's the 2-1 pitch. They set up outside again, and it is off the plate, slider again, and it's now 3-1. On deck, Freddie Freeman. If anything gets going here, Ozzie Albies in the hole. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Rosario. So he digs in, and it is a slider at the knees. Rosario taken all the way, just trying to get on base, and it's now 3-2. So we'll see if Raley goes to that slider again or tries to sneak the cheese past Rosario. Here's a 3-2 pitch. They set up outside, and it's a slider, and he swings on it, pops it up high into center field, and diving catch by Tucker. What a great play by Kyle Tucker, playing out of position and makes a heck of a diving catch, and that'll end the inning. They're showing the replay, and he definitely got the glove underneath it. Great play by Tucker. We'll head to the top of 7. The Braves lead it by just a run with Luke Jackson coming to the mound. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Slide here is your X, but if that's the call, Mike, Will, and Sam all have to know they're shifting. Open palms are post, thumbs ups are crosser, thumbs downs and out. Trevor, why don't you get up here and draw that for us?
Playing in the NFL is hard, but playing
Armchair.
fantasy football is easy.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Braves will be bringing Luke Jackson in. He's going to face Correa, Tucker, who just made that diving catch, and Gurriel, righty, lefty, righty. You always hate to see a guy make a great play defensively and come up to bat the next inning. It usually spells trouble. Don't know why. It's just one of those baseball things. You see a guy making a diving catch in the outfield, you hope he's not coming up to bat the next inning. So here we go. Top of 7. Braves holding on by just 1. And sold out crowd in Atlanta. The battery is lit. And the first pitch is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball to Correa from Jackson, taken for a strike, and it's 0-1. Luke Jackson, 6 2/3 innings and a 6.75 ERA in the postseason so far. Everyone's holding everything in Atlanta, and oh Lord, fastball high and way out of the zone, almost to the backstop. Here we go again. It's 1-1. Snicker keeps going to Jackson in these high leverage moments, hoping to dance through the fire one more time. Here's the one pitch from Jackson. He steps off the mound. So we'll take a slight breather and do it again. Jackson gets the sign from Darno. It's a fastball swung on, fouled back high, up against the screen, and it's 1-2. Correa's got that home run power, as does Tucker, who's on deck. Dangerous part of the lineup. Of course, the whole Houston lineup is a dangerous lineup. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Correa, and it's a curveball, not even close to the zone, and it's 2-2. That's the pitch that tends to get Luke Jackson in trouble. Not necessarily getting that ball hit, but not being able to place it and getting behind in the count. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is swung on, and it is a soft liner to Ozzie. Ozzie's got it, fires it over to first, and there's one away in the top of the 7th. Jam job. The Correa couldn't time. And now here comes the dangerous bat of Kyle Tucker. And on cue, they are replaying that diving catch by Tucker. Whatever superstition you have, do it now because we're going to need it. Tucker comes up, lefty versus righty. He's 0 for 2, but does have 4 home runs in this postseason. Here's the first pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt, taken for a ball, and it's 1-0. Atlanta 1, Houston nothing. Top of the 7th inning. So we're just getting going here realistically. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It swung on and missed. Slider in the dirt again. This time Tucker chased it, and it's 1-1. Braves are back at it again tomorrow night. We'll be here 7:30 Eastern pregame show. First pitch 8:09. A lot of big college football tomorrow, but nothing bigger than Braves Houston. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a fastball high just off the zone outside, and it's 2-1. Florida-Georgia game in Jacksonville, Florida tomorrow. Bulldogs are a 14-point favorite over the Gators. Here's the 2-1 pitch, swung on and ripped into center field, but Duvall's got it played perfectly, and there's 2 away here in the 7th. I won't keep reminding you, but you can see the scorecard there on the screen, what the Braves are trying to accomplish. We lead the game 1-0. Bottom of the 7th, the Braves will have Freddie Freeman, Ozzie Albies, and Riley due up. So you hope you can put some distance in between. Here's the first pitch to Gurriel from Jackson. It's a curveball out of the zone, but he swings at it and bangs it foul towards the Astros dugout, and it's 0-1. Ole Miss and Auburn play tomorrow night. The Rebels, 3-point underdog on the plains of Auburn. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's fired on. It's grounded over to third. Riley's got it, fires it over to first. Bad throw by Riley. Great scoop by Freddie, and that's out number 3. And just like that, we got a clean inning for Mr. Jackson. We head to the bottom of the 7th. The Braves lead it 1-0.
You better get that checked out. Better get that checked out? I would. What kind of a therapist are you? I'm telling you, I'm scared that something terrible is going to happen to me right away. You start looking for tumors? I'm trying to help you. I bet you're rooting for a tumor. I think you better go. No, I'm going, baby. I'm going.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes, lock it up. Who? What? TJ, how's vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. Get you caught up on what's going on in the world of sports. Tomorrow, your early kickoffs in the top 25. Number 17 Pittsburgh hosts Miami. They're a 9-point favorite. Michigan and Michigan State undefeated. They're going to collide at noon Eastern. And that line is 4 now, Wolverines. Other games of interest, Florida State and Clemson play at 3:30 Eastern. Florida State's a 10-point underdog, and Ohio State, Penn State tomorrow night. A bit of a mismatch on the line, but it's number 5 versus number 20. The line is now up to 19.5 points. So now the Braves come back to bat, and it's Freddie Freeman, and he's ready to face Raley. Raley fires in the first pitch, and it is a fastball just off the plate. That looked like a strike, and it's 1-0. Freddie Freeman, 295 in the postseason, 3 home runs. He's been hot. He's been cold. He's been hot. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is swung on, and it is a harmless grounder over to the right-hand side. He'll get gunned down by about 4 steps, and there's one away. And that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Will they turn him back around? Will they let the lefty face Ozzie? We'll see right here. Ozzie comes over to the right-hand side of the plate. Raley has pitched well so far. But you can't imagine he's going to face Riley. Will they go ahead and go to the righty and turn Ozzie around? They will. So Ozzie finally gets to bat right-handed. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie. He's just swinging out of his shoes. It's 0-1. Ozzie's so excited to bat right-handed, he just came out of his shoe tops. I can't imagine Riley would get to face the lefty, but you never know what Dusty's approach is. Tomorrow's a bullpen game for both teams. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's swung on, and it is roasted to shortstop. Great play by Correa. He'll steal a single from Ozzie, and there's 2 away. Line drive right to Correa. Quickly, 2 away in the Braves' 7th. Good defensive play. Correa had that played perfectly, and they are going to go to the pen. So we'll take that break with them. We'll be back in a flash here. The Braves lead it 1-0, and the bullpen doors open for the Astros.
He only has 3 rings.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
My hotel's nice, and I was in the elevator. There's a sign in the elevator that said maximum capacity 12 persons. 12 persons. Somebody needs to tell the folks down at the elevator company that the plural of the word person is people. It's not persons, right? The hotel pool had a similar sign. It said maximum capacity 180 people. Do we really need legislation for that sort of thing? Doesn't it kind of govern itself? Don't most of us just hang back and go, I don't want to get in the pool with that many people. It's not going to be refreshing knocking up against other people's arms and skin. Move, I have a legal right to be here. Banging elbows, move. I did a head count. Like in the bathroom stall, we don't put a sign that says maximum capacity 1 person. I just see the shoes and I keep on moving.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball as the Atlanta Braves are going to deal with the right-hander, Ryan Stanek, he's going to come in to face Riley, and then the rest of the righties that are down the Braves lineup, obviously. Braves could pinch hit. They do have Peterson on the bench. Here's the first pitch to Riley. It's a fastball fired right by top of the zone, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Stanek, 1 inning pitch, 1 earned run, is a 2.35 ERA in 9 postseason games and 7 2/3 innings here in the postseason. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a fastball just off the plate, 98 miles an hour, and it's 1-1. Ryan Stanek, big right-hander. Here's the 1-1 pitch, fastball, same spot, and this time it's called for a strike. It's 1-2, and Riley stepped back to get some clarification from that. That is strange. If that one was a strike, then the last one has to be a strike, or vice versa. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Riley, swung on and missed, and he's down on strikes pretty quickly. That'll end the inning. Riley's not happy with that call by Blue, and we'll send it to the 8th inning. Tyler Maxick's grabbing the ball, and the doors are swinging open from the bullpen. It's Maxick time here in Braves country.
Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
The Armchair Quarterback's on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
It is an American odyssey that links sons and daughters to fathers and grandfathers. And it reflects a host of age-old American tensions between workers and owners, scandal and reform, the individual and the collective.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. I'm Mac McGee, and we are getting set for the 8th inning. You can see that scoreboard, what the Braves are trying to do, leading 1-0. And Tyler Maxick will come out of the pen. It's been pretty good so far. He will face, in this inning, Diaz, the pinch hitter, who will come in and pinch hit for the catcher, Maldonado, and we'll see what they do from there. The pitcher spot is due up after that, so we'll see what happens here as we get ready. Maxick digs in and rocks and fires the first pitch, and it is a fastball inside, just missed the hands, and it's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 delivery. And swung on, fouled back by Diaz. And it's 1-1. Latimus Diaz 0 for 3 in this postseason. He does have pop, an infielder with pop. So you got to be careful here. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Matzik. And it is a fastball inside, misses, and it's now 2-1. On deck, the pitcher spot. Here's the 2-1 delivery from Matzik. And swung on and hit high, but shallow into left field. And Rosario is going to let it drop and plays it poorly. Luckily, Diaz does not take advantage of it. Bad defense by Rosario leads to the first single of the game. That should have been caught. Started back and played it poorly. You're going to have a leadoff runner in the first hit of the game. Rosario just kind of gave up on it. If he runs through that, he makes the catch. Second time Rosario's had a gaff in the outfield this postseason. If you remember back early in the Milwaukee series, that was just bad fielding by Rosario. When the ball hit the ground, it kind of deadened because of the wet ground, so it went under his glove, but it was more of the not running through the ball. He runs through that ball, that's an out for sure. So that'll bring Jason Castro to the plate, left-handed hitting catcher that's pinch hitting for the pitcher spot. Here's the first pitch, and it is a ball in the dirt, gets away from Darnaud, but the runner's unable to advance. It's 1-0. Braves lead it by 1, but have failed to capitalize on a lot of opportunities throughout this game. And the Astros have kept them at bay. And there's going to be a pinch runner now, it looks like, for Diaz. Don't know why he wasn't ready to begin with. Looks like that's probably Siri coming into the game, I'm thinking. It is Siri, the center fielder. So he will come into pinch run. We'll see if he stays in defensively. He's clocked as the fifth fastest man on the base paths in baseball. And so, not missing any action. There's just a break in the action because of Siri coming out, wanting to loosen up his legs. So he leads off first. It's a 1-0 pitch to Castro. Matzik fires it over to first to keep Siri close. And Atlanta clinging to this 1-run lead. Maldonado is out of the game now. Castro will stay in to catch. Here's the 1-0 pitch, fastball inside. Matzik can't find the zone. It's 2-0. Gotta wonder what Rosario was thinking, pulling up on that ball. Siri looks like he's about ready to take off at any second. Here's a 2-0 pitch swung on and missed for a strike, and it's 2-1. Kind of a half-hearted swing by Castro, fastball right by the letters. I think he might have been looking for the off-speed pitch and knew he committed, so he just swung through. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Nobody out. Siri's got this weird thing he does with his legs. Fastball fired right by, and it's a strike. It's 2-2. When he leads off, he kind of does this little leg jiggle with his right leg, almost like an Elvis Presley type thing. So you don't know what he's doing. I guess maybe he's a young kid. I guess maybe he's thinking that's going to throw off the pitcher. I don't know. But here's the 2-2 pitch from Matzik. And fires fastball. Strike 3 right down the middle. And he blew Castro away. So there's now 1 away. But it doesn't get any easier as Jose Altuve comes to the plate. Nice pitch by Matzik. He just threw good old-fashioned country hardball at him. Top of the 8th. Braves lead it by 1. If you're just joining us, Braves had a combined no-hitter until just a second ago. The ball dropped in front of Rosario. He'll probably tell you he should have had that. Here's first pitch to Altuve, swung on and missed. In the dirt. Slider in the dirt, and it's 0-1. Tyler Matzik has been phenomenal this postseason. He's really been great down the stretch. One of the reasons why the Braves won the division. Overlooked by the national media till just now here on the biggest stage. Here's the 0-1 pitch and swung on, popped up high and in play. Austin Riley's got it for out number 2. It's a pop-up over near the Astros dugout. Matzik, Darno, or Riley could have had it. They gave way to the man with the best glove to handle it. So there's now 2 away. And in comes the left-handed bat of Michael Brantley. You'll have a lefty versus lefty matchup here, but it doesn't get any easier. Brantley, one of the best professional hitters in baseball, doesn't typically get himself out. He'll step up to the plate. He's 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Standing and looming on deck is Bregman. Here's the pitch to, they're going to, they would have, the ball goes in the dirt after Darno throws it to second. It was a good throw by Darno. Siri did not have a good jump on that, but the ball goes into the outfield. It's misplayed by Dansby Swanson. The ball bounced past Swanson. He should have had him. If he makes that catch, the inning's over. But instead, Siri jumped up and ran all the way to third. Didn't have the best jump there, but his speed took over. So what you have now here, after I clear that up, it's a 1-0 count to Brantley. Fastball swung on, missed, 99 miles an hour, a little bit of extra oomph behind that, and it's 1-1. It's unbelievable. Sorry I gaffed that last play up. I could not believe that Swanson didn't get the throw from Darno. Couple of bad defensive plays here have put a runner on third, 2 away. Here's the 1-1 pitch, fastball, 99 miles an hour, fastball filed back, and we'll do it again at now 1-2. Matzik just bringing the heat here. Can we get one more strike and get out of this mess? The Braves Soler, Duvall, and Darnold are due up in the bottom of the 8th. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Brantley. Swung on, popped up, high, can of corn. Riley says, get away. I got it. We're not screwing this up. There's an out. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. We're 3 outs away from taking a 2-1 lead. Your Atlanta Braves lead at 1-0, and we're grabbing the bats.
If dating is the game, then marriage is winning the game.
Yeah, if you're playing in the women's league.
Hey, fantastic. Every single one of you. I mean, I'm not just talking about these last 60 minutes. I'm talking about the quarterback school, the mini camp, the off season, the training camp, down in Austin when it was hot and you were tired. Everybody, you did one hell of a job. And the only thing else I got to say is, how about them Cowboys?
Armchair.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Welcome to the jungle. Jim Rome on the air, noon to 3 Eastern, only on CBS Sports Radio.
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah?
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah, how can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in
9 months. Armchair.
First thing about it, and this seems so obvious that maybe we overlook it. Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park that's asymmetrical and quirky, but even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball as the Atlanta Braves lead by just 1. It's been a heart stopper all night long, clinging to that 1-run lead. We hope to get some insurance runs. Heading to the plate will be Jorge Soler, Adam Duvall, and Travis d'Arnaud. And of course, Will Smith will be warming up in the 9th inning. So hold on, Braves fans. You know what I mean. So here we go. Atlanta trying to take a 2-1 series lead. We'll be back again tomorrow night. Game starts 8:09 first pitch. We'll have every pitch of the World Series, 8:15 Eastern on Sunday. So it's a little, just 6 minutes later. You can expect the pregame show to drop at 7:30 Eastern each night, get you ready for the game, and then off Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, if necessary. Here's a fastball to Soler. He has to bend out of the way, and it's 1-0. Kendall Graveman is coming on. He is their setup man. The other night he closed it out. That was because Dusty wanted his high leverage guy, his closer Presley, in the inning before. So here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a slider slammed over to the left side. Correa gets it, scoops it, fires it over to first, and he beats out the throw. The throw beats the runner by about 2 steps, and there's one away. Good play by Correa. Not much of a chance for Soler to get through. Soler's got okay speed, but you wouldn't call it great or good speed. He does hustle down the line, and he's out by, we'll say, 3 lengths. Sharply hit ball by Soler, though, and that's going to bring Adam Duvall to the plate. Can we get an extra run? We need an insurance run. The Astros, here's the first pitch by Graveman, 97 miles an hour at the knees, kisses the black, and it's 0-1. the Astros just one run down. So it feels like Atlanta's really dominated this game. They haven't taken advantage of any of their opportunities. Here's the 0-1 pitch out of the zone, swung on and banged foul, and it's 0-2. Braves 1, Houston nothing. 0-2 pitch to Duvall. When the Astros come up in the top of the ninth, they'll have the heart of the order. 2, 3, and 4. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Duvall. Swung on and missed, strike 3. And just like that, there's 2 away. Braves would love an insurance run here, and that brings the bat of Travis d'Arnaud. I said 2, 3, and 4. I meant 3, 4, and 5. It's Bregman, Alvarez, and Correa. So righty, lefty, righty to face the lefty, Will Smith. And here comes d'Arnaud. Remember, he hit a solo shot in game 2. He's 1 for 3 tonight with a double. He might be getting his swing back at the right time for Atlanta. Here's the first pitch. It swung on and hit high, driven deep. Goodbye, baby. That's gone. Ram-a-lamma, ding-dong, zip, boom, bam. That ball was crushed like an ant. Jackpot. Your Atlanta Braves lead it 2-0. A solo shot over the wall, over the left center field wall, and that was a no-doubter. That's one way to hit them where they ain't. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. The Atlanta Braves lead game 3, 2-0. That's that extra run the Braves have needed. Little bit of breathing room. I wouldn't mind another one of those with Dansby Swanson coming to the plate. That's what I am talking about. d'Arnaud just took it into his own hands. Here's the pitch to Swanson, first pitch slider taken for a strike, and it's 0-1. You're just joining us. Atlanta has just taken a 2-0 lead in game 3, a pivotal game 3 in this series. Series tied at 1 apiece. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Swanson. Good eye, and he spits on it, and it's 1-1. Travis d'Arnaud, the hero once again, really has started to hit well this past week or so. He always gives you a professional at bat, which you love. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Swanson, swung at a slider that was on the outside part of the zone. It's 1-2. Will Smith is warming up in the pen. The Braves lead 2-0. They got the chop going. Dansby Swanson trying to add on to this. If he gets on, it'll be the pitcher spot. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is in the dirt, and it's 2-2. You got to figure if Dansby can find a way to get on, it'll be Jock Peterson time. So you'd love to see him face the right-handed Graveman. 437-foot bomb by Mr. Travis d'Arnaud has given the Braves some breathing room. Boy, howdy, did we need it. Here's the 2-0 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3, but not before Travis d'Arnaud just doubled our lead. We head to the 9th. Oh, it's Will Smith time. Hold your pearls. Here we go. Top of the 9th.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold? Medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The winning run of Ozzie Albies. He got a pretty good jump, flew under the tag, picked the perfect pitch to go on. In Atlanta, a single could win this game. Austin Riley stands at the plate. Peterson is on deck. Here's the swung on, and it is roped down the line. It's going to rattle around, and oh, baby boy, here comes Ozzie Albies. He's going to score. The Braves walk it off in fine fashion. Oh, my word, the first pitch, and it is absolutely scoop-a-doop down the line. How about that? How about that? The Atlanta Braves whole comeback and score a run in the ninth inning, bottom of the ninth, and walk it off. This team has more lives than a cat. Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead by the slimmest of margins, 2-0. So we head to the top of the ninth inning, but a huge home run by Travis d'Arnaud in the bottom of the eighth inning, extending the lead from 1-0 to 2-0. Atlanta scored in the third inning, but had a chance to do a lot more. If you weren't with us earlier, the bases were loaded. There was one away. The Braves could not score. They had a couple other opportunities to score. And then it just turned into a real pitcher's battle. And here in the rain and the cool weather, about 50 degrees in Atlanta, Atlanta's pitching is held on. Houston had a threat in the top of the eighth, had the tying run on third. Great outing by Matzik, got the job done. But now here's where it gets interesting. Will Smith comes in. Here's the first pitch to Smith to Bregman, and it is a slider at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Guillermo Heredia comes in to play center field for the Braves, sliding Duvall over to right. Soler will come out of the lineup. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Smith, and it is a slider inside and missed to Bregman. It's 1-1. Bregman's going to be looking any way to get on base. He's already been hit by a pitch once. The tying run is on deck. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a fastball wide and outside. Will Smith takes it to 2-1. Braves 2, Houston 0, 3 outs away from taking a 1-game series lead. Here's the 2-1 pitch and a slider. They're going to say that's low. It looked like a strike to me. It's 3-1. Umpire Tom Hallion's been a little inconsistent tonight. Not nearly as bad as games 1 and 2 umpires. Here's the 3-1 pitch and swung on and hit to the right side. The Braves are playing that goofy shift, so it's an easy single, and there's nobody on the right-hand side of the infield, and there's one on, and the tying run of Yordan Alvarez comes to the plate. Why up by 2 runs, they continue to employ that goofy shift. Bregman intelligently just hit them where they ain't. They pulled that entire infield over on the left-hand side. Freddie Freeman's on the bag, so there's a gaping hole of 80-plus feet of no defenders, and that's where Bregman hit it. He rolls it into right field. Here's the first pitch to Alvarez. Swung on, popped up, high can of corn. Will Riley be able to get it? He squeezes it, and there's one away. Good pitch by Smith. Alvarez just out in front of that. That's the good news. The bad news is the right-handed power bat of Carlos Correa comes to the plate to face Will Smith. Will they do that goofy shift again? The Braves line up. Correa is 0 for 2. He has been hit by a pitch as well. Here's the first pitch from Smith to Correa, and swung on, slider, banged off his leg, and it's 0-1. On deck would be Kyle Tucker. Braves do have that shift on again, so anything poked over to the right-hand side of the infield is going to be an easy single, putting a runner on third, most likely. Here's the 0-1 pitch. They set up inside, and it is fired on, and slider missed inside, and it's 1-1. You got to wonder, if you're going to do that and you're going to put that shift on, why would you pitch a fastball on the outside part of the plate? Here's the 1-1 pitch to Correa, set up inside, and it is a slider inside again, down and low, and it's 2-1. So Will Smith, known for getting himself into these sticky situations, has pitched better over the last few weeks. Tying run at the plate. Braves up by 2. 2-1 pitch from Will Smith. And it is a balloon shot hit high and deep into right field, but Duvall's underneath it, and that's out number 2. That slider hung, and Correa just missed it. He'd love to have that one back, and this is the dangerous bat of Kyle Tucker. It is a lefty-lefty matchup. There's 2 away. On deck is Gurriel. So you'd like to get him out here. Gurriel, such a good lineup this Houston lineup is. There's just nowhere to take a breath. And there's 2 outs. Braves lead by 2. But the single to right field has put the tying run on the plate. Will Smith trying to get a save here. His first save in the World Series. Here's the first pitch to Tucker, and it swung on and missed. Slider in the dirt, fell off the table, and it's 0-1. Braves faithful are standing. Whatever you've got, your superstition, cross it, pinch it, squeeze it, cross it, whatever you do, turn it backwards. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Smith, and it is a ball that gets away from Darnode. Pregame stays at first. He knows his run is essentially meaningless. So he doesn't want to be the last out. Here's the 1-1 pitch. From Will Smith. And it is a slider just off the plate. They'll call it a ball, and it's 2-1. Speaking of getting caught on base, there's only been one series ended by a base running error. Here's a 2-1 pitch, swung on high and deep into center field. Gamirio's going back. Heredia is underneath it. Out number 3, the Atlanta Braves hold on and win this baby 2-0 on a great pitch game by Anderson and the bullpen. and some timely hitting by Darnode and company. And the gaff by Rosario does not come back to bite him. And the outside pitch on a shift to the inside does not come back to bite him. Atlanta leads the series 2-1. Ian Anderson is your winner. Smith gets a save. His first of the World Series. Garcia charged with the loss. What an outstanding pitch game by both sides. And in a game where Jock Peterson doesn't even come into the game. They never got to him. Atlanta 2, Houston 0 is your final. We will be back here tomorrow night, 7:30 Eastern for your pregame. We'll start the stream a little bit before. First pitch is 8:09 Eastern. It'll be a bullpen game for both teams. So get your popcorn ready tomorrow. The Braves lead the series 2-1 and are still undefeated in Atlanta, Georgia in these playoffs. Have a great night, y'all. We'll be back at it. I'll be back at it tomorrow morning, 8:30 Eastern for the college football kickoff show, Dixie Football Nation. If you're up, we'd love to see y'all join us. If not, we'll see you tomorrow night. Go Braves. Thanks for listening to Braves Country.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to 50.
Pop stars with auto-tune. And dentists with asking questions.
So, how did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. Take me out to the ball game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, as Wake Up Y'all is ending. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk